Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
If I'm gone, baby, so when I'm gone, baby, if I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long, or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for the ways that I made you go. I love you so. You had my heart, but now it's something that we'll never know. Something that we'll never know. Yeah. Something that we'll never know. Something that we'll never know.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on the final day of week 3. We're live in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk, we have Paper Thin and Achilles. Now, I have to ask, have you recovered since yesterday?
What are you talking about?
I
had no
can you do
issues
the
yesterday.
impression of what happened in the casting booth?
We only had one match yesterday.
Yeah. There's definitely not a second match.
Zeta won, and they looked incredible. It was great.
Yeah.
Yesterday
That
was a fantastic day.
Yeah, that was one of the best series we've had here so far.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, denial is a way of coping. It's one form of coping with yesterday's games. We did have a second game with Talon and DRX, and they did some unexpected things. But before we get to that, let's see where all the teams are at this very moment.
I tell you where Talon's at.
I can tell you where DRX is at.
Yeah, we'll see in the standings in a second, but boy, howdy, are they down at the bottom. It's not good.
I'm going to give you a moment to recover with that. Let's talk about the rest.
Okay, look, here's my cope, and I think that it's accurate. They went into this, they said, you know what? We're not going to beat DRX. It's not going to happen, even though we pushed them at lock-in. We're just not there because we're still working on reintegrating Pat into this roster. We're going to call Mulligan, and we're just going to hide strategies for our future series. I think that's entirely what Talon did. Fortunately, it led to one of the most frustrating series that I have ever had to cast in my life. That triple duelist was one of the messiest things in the world. It's one of the faster games that we had. They got absolutely bodied on split. Was it 13-2? 13-3 at the end of it all?
13-3.
13-3 at the end of it all. So, again, one round better than KC, so that was good at least. But, yeah, it didn't look good. And then
It looked better than KC, though. Come on.
The thing that was worse was that they then started playing quite well with a slightly better composition, showing us Reyna over on Pearl, and almost took us to game 3. So, yeah, that felt really awkward after the just craziness of the first map.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, my copium here is that on split they were like, we're going to throw a curveball at DRX. It may or may not work. You know, let's just give them something weird, and, you know, maybe they'll fumble, and we can, you know, grab the ball and take it home. And, you know, I just super, I think that,
This
you know,
is the
Talon,
map.
right, this is the map. Well, it's not, the highlights are going to be fast. Like, Talon, I think, has a chance to beat DRX. We saw it at lock-in. Like, we know that they can do it. So
you can just hear me losing my mind.
Yeah. My hope here is that this was an attempt at something unusual to try to throw DRX off. It didn't work. And then, you know, GG go next. But I think they really should have, you know, put their best foot forward here. I really think they can beat DRX. So on their best day. This wasn't DRX's best day. As we saw on Pearl, like, yeah, Foxy9 was playing good, but behind him there was some struggles. So
yeah.
I think Talon, you know, could do well if they can figure things out.
Oh,
wow.
This joke should have died a very long time ago.
I don't know why this is still. Isn't that not nice to say? I mean, it was. Okay, look. Foxy9
fine.
is a little bit of an anomaly, though, with the op. Everything is easy. Dude just clutch full rounds by himself.
I don't think it matters whether or not it's mean or not. A, I don't think it's mean. B, they didn't make it difficult. You know, obviously Pearl a little bit different. They also I think they would have taken that map had they run a slightly better composition, had they had a double controller rather than trying to go for just that harbor alone. Maybe also if it wasn't Sushi Boys playing on Jet, if they had Pat doing that and Sushi Boys playing his staple KJ, then maybe, yeah.
Are we downloading the maps here? Like,
like
what
we
is
are.
going on?
I think the graphics just having a little bit of a hard time. We're back to AOL
Back to dial-up, yeah.
But I think that we would have gotten to Ascent had they run a second controller. Because overall, that comp, I don't mind it nearly as much. We saw that the Reyna was actually pretty decent. The Lears were finding decent value in controlling certain aspects of the map, especially around mid and art, as well as over at A main. So I didn't mind it. I think if they had a second controller, they probably would have been better off, you know, and probably could have won that map, and maybe we go to Ascent and maybe they actually play something legitimate, saying like, okay, we actually made it to the third map. Let's play a real composition and try to beat DRX. That way we can get that first win on the board. But it wasn't able to happen.
Yeah. So for full context, the first game on Split, we saw our first triple duelist comp, and we were really curious how that was going to play out, and it flopped. It completely flopped to the point where you were just Malding.
I feel like
You were upset. You weren't even playing. You were like so upset.
I feel
Like
like
you were on that team.
in order for something to flop, it has to have been like standing first, and then you flop to the ground. This was just dead on arrival. It was just it arrived and it was laying flat on the ground.
Like, it was funny because before the match, he and I were like kind of hyped for it. We're like, whoa, this might actually work. Like DRX sometimes, if
I
you
didn't
throw
think
them,
it was gonna
well, okay,
work.
maybe, but like we were excited to at least watch it. Like, okay, maybe they've got some stuff cooked
Sure.
up. Maybe this could be fun. Like, and every once in a while, if you throw curveballs at DRX, you can beat them doing that kind of stuff.
Again, the thing that I was expecting was going to be more Paper X style, controlled chaos, where it's very synergized. You get the Oro into the back. He's going to gate crash right as the race is going to blast back entry. The Jet's going to come in through Mail into Heaven. Suddenly you have this triple crossfire that's happening. That wasn't the case. Everybody was basically playing independently. Pat was going on some of the longest flank excursions that I have seen in my life. Man was on vacation. He said, like, yeah, I'm going to be back in a couple days. And then he called the team. He's like, oh, actually, I extended my trip by about 2 weeks. Because they were executing on A, and he's just, like, in the B site lurking through. And then by the time he gets to, like, defending spawn, the spike's diffused. It's like, well, what is happening here?
Right.
You know, you have to be faster than that. You have to be more cognizant of what the game state is over on the site that you're executing on. And, you know, be able to match pace and get over there.
Yep.
So it was very rough.
Well,
talk about something
DRX
else.
had some fun with that content. I think they put up a couple of things up on Twitter just to poke fun about it. Because it was a
both teams
curious
were having fun with
activity.
it. See, this is hilarious. It's like because of the Superfly, you know, videos that Talon's put out, and it's just, oh no, we screwed up. Like, oh,
the Power Rangers when Lord Zed has.
he's won this time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is they weren't thinking outside the box. They were thinking outside of our realm of reality. And it just. I don't want to. I don't want to go through it again.
It was interesting. Okay, it was enough to pique our curiosity. We didn't totally say it was. We didn't expect it to go that way. We thought they had something up their sleeve.
Yes.
We thought you know, they would have this controlled chaos, as you mentioned, just going in the site, but none of that happened. It was a very awkward sort of entry, and DRX was just having fun with it. And clearly, you could see on their socials they're having a ton of fun with it. Now it's time for us to have fun. You guys ready for fun?
Yes.
Yes.
More fun? More games on
I
this
like
desk.
fun.
Something that's actually fun.
I hope it goes better than yesterday's games for you. All right.
All right.
It's the same game. It's the game that we have come to know and love called Who Dis, Who Dat, and you're going to have to guess who dis.
I'm worried this time.
I genuinely forgot we were doing this. I could have looked at the back of my seat by accident, but luckily I didn't. So I
Yeah.
have no idea.
That's
what's
true.
back
I
there.
didn't look either. Yeah. So I
Oh, good.
I spaced out when I was walking in here. So okay. All right.
Awesome.
I'm nervous now though.
That's good. Like, you should have that, like, pre-game, like, you know, nervousness. Okay, quick recap. We're going to put a person. It's on the back of their chairs, and the other person has to explain it, and the other person has to guess it.
It's a classic
And
card game called
yeah.
Who Am I, but we're calling it Who Dis, Who Dat.
Who dis, who dat. Yep, and we have some banned words that the person can't say. So you guys know the rules.
Yep. The
It's
words
an
are banned
easy
in chat as well, so don't type them or you're going to get banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. All right. We're going to go first.
I went first last time.
So I have to turn my chair first.
Yes,
this time.
you should
Okay.
guess first.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we ready?
Can I go?
Ready?
Let's do
Are we
it.
good?
You
You
got
ready
your close
to
up.
show
All
your
right, here we
backside?
go. You ready? Oh God. All right.
Well, hopefully it doesn't show his backside.
One backside.
You want
This
me to? I know
backside.
you.
Okay. Oh boy. How do
All
I
right,
do this?
timer's up. Got our banned
Okay.
words.
Okay. Rookie. Playing today. Very good.
Oh, that was a banned.
Indy?
Was it what? Oh, crap. It was. See,
You almost said another banned word.
I almost said another bad word. So who did you say?
Envy? Jeremy?
Yeah. I got
Okay.
it.
Yes.
I
is
didn't see. I did not
Jeremy.
see today. That's my bad.
Yeah.
I kind of failed on that, but he got there either way.
You can turn back
Okay, okay.
around.
No,
It
you-
was Jeremy.
Sorry.
He said a
Fail.
banned
Sorry,
word, and
everybody.
there'll be penalties after
It's
this.
all right.
You
I'm
get
gonna
to
get-
like do that crane like flick on the head.
I'm gonna
after
get
that.
50
That's right.
lashes.
Yeah.
All right, now we're gonna let you guess.
Okay, this
Sorry,
ought to
we're
be
gonna
good.
let Seth guess.
Okay.
I promise
Achilles
to.
guess.
That definitely was tougher than last time where I just had Mako and said best player.
Yeah.
in the world,
Yeah,
but,
yeah,
We
See,
were
that was
warming
easy
up.
for me.
That
I'm
was
not looking
warming
at
up.
anything.
That was tutorial.
Oh no. Oh no.
All right. Note
right.
the banned words.
Buddy Holly lookalike.
Keep going. Gotta keep going.
Not a player.
It's me.
Yes. See, he knows, because sometimes I call him a Buddy Holly. Like, I have inside jokes.
This game is the worst when it's both of you that does. You guys know each other
we've
way
been working
too well.
together for so long.
We've been together for a while now.
We
yeah.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, well, like all of our players, like who?
Nobody wears
yeah, like
Meteor, maybe? Like.
Yeah, no, it's and then yeah, not a player that confirmed it. So.
Yep.
All right, next
try,
time
production,
we're gonna
good
have
try.
a different game whenever we have these two in the desk because it's clearly
We're too good at this one.
It's you guys are always mind melding
I
and
kinda
it's
screwed
really cute. It's like a little couple thing going on, but next time we'll have a different game for you guys. Anyway, we're going to go on a very quick break. After this, we are going to talk about the teams that are playing today. We got Gen G and Team Secret, so don't go away. We'll be right back in a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Now we're going to talk about two teams that are playing today, two teams that have pushed through the ranks
Thank
and
God.
could be potential finalists for Pacific. Did you say
Yes.
thank God?
Yeah, because we're not talking about yesterday's match anymore.
We've moved on from yesterday.
I like that a lot.
Hopefully that will be a distant memory.
I
Yes.
still love you, Talon.
We
Know
still
that.
love Talon. Look, we do. And I think Talon still has a lot of potential. But these two teams right here, in my book right now, second and third best teams in our league currently. Maybe Paper X with what we've seen now. You could make an argument, you know, like Achilles was talking about earlier. But I mean, I think these are two extremely talented teams. They make great adjustments from top to bottom. They're really solid, full of stacked players. It's hard to predict this one.
Let's talk about Gen G first.
Okay, well, we're also worth noting whichever team wins this one's going to be walking away undefeated alongside DRX. So these are our last two teams aside from DRX that have not dropped the series yet. Somebody's going to do that today. But Gen G, this has been looking like their more solid 5, I think, so far. with Sylvan in the mix. Obviously, Eco, we've seen him flex in every now and then, typically on Fracture, where he's played both the Neon as well as the Breach. Depending on what the map is, I'm curious to see what Gen G does with this roster, if it's just going to be the same things that we have been seeing, or if they decide to mix things up. Because one of the things that we were anticipating when we saw the signing of Sylvan was like, okay, TS is going to go back to playing Initiator. He's going to be moved off of this controller smokes role, and he's going to relinquish that to Sylvan, who is an absolutely incredible smokes player. But that's not what we've seen. And I'm curious to see if they're willing to do that sort of experimentation in this high-stakes match, because this is going to be the toughest opponent that they have faced yet.
Yep.
So far, it's been what? RRQ, DFM. So two of the teams that are hovering down near the bottom of the standings. Obviously, RRQ getting their first win most recently against DFM. But now they're going up against Secret, who a lot of people have favored in this matchup. Do they decide to put people on maximum comfort, or is it just going to be more of the same?
Yeah, I mean, I think you and I both would love to see Sylvan back on controller, because he's just been absolutely lights out at times previously in VCT Korea in the last couple of years.
He's like the second
best controller.
Only to Mako.
Yeah, only to Mako in Korea, and that's like a high bar. And at times he's challenging for that title. He's that good. But that being said, I was looking through some of the stats and stuff, and yeah, his numbers aren't like super popping. His KDA is kind of hovering around like 1.3, but he is very efficient. He's getting a lot of assists, and they are undefeated with him in the lineup right now, even on just the Initiator. So regardless, like, he still has impact. He still has value. I think just for us, because we know how impactful he is as a player on a specific role that we'd like to see him switch over. I feel like TS can be flexible. We've seen it in the past where he's swapped between different roles. Maybe he's more comfortable, IGLing from the smokes position, but still, I think if you're Gen G, you got to find a way to start working Sylvan back into his comfort zone.
Let's see who Team Secret has lined up. That will help determine.
There's no way.
It's the same.
No surprises. Okay. We got Jesse Bash.
We have to update this photo because Dubstep's dyed his hair for today.
He did.
Oh, yes.
It's blue, yeah.
No,
He did.
is it blue?
It's like bluish.
In the photo, it looked all gray.
Oh, did he go for the gray?
Oh, he's leaning into the.
Yeah. Oh, he's like leading into that. Well, him and Yam Yam, their social media manager, was like also like they both dyed their hair the same color, and it's like a bluish gray maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, look, this team is again top to bottom extremely good. Like everybody here is pulling their weight on this team right now.
Yes.
If you look at their KDAs, the lowest is Dubstep at 1.25. That's the lowest. Everybody's above that. All of their ACSs are at least 183 or higher. Borkum's is the lowest at 183. So, like, everybody on this team contributes. It is a solid team effort. I'm just blown away with the coordination, the way that they adapt, the changes round around. Like, they're a smart, well-balanced, talented team.
They are, and that man right there has been a really big part of this growth and development in the squad. In Warboards, we keep praising him every time Secret comes up on this desk because, we have to just kind of figure that he is having the biggest impact. That, and then these two new younger players shifting into the roster, Warbird's kind of molding and guiding them. I mean, compared to last year, they weren't at any events. They didn't make it into the final of the LCQ even. They went out in the lower bracket. They had a really rough year for a team that previously had made it into the playoff stage of the first ever champions. And that was disappointing because it's a huge name, both in the players that are there, the org itself, and that was a very underwhelming year. Now with these changes, it's just, oh boy, like we're not even back to 2021 Secret.
I think they're better than that.
Yeah, we're above and beyond.
And they lost to the eventual champions, right?
Yes.
Of 2021. They lost to Ascend in the playoffs. You and I casted that game.
Yep.
And so, like, I think for Team Secret, the ceiling for this team is really, really high because they're so disciplined, because they're so coordinated. They've already defeated a very tough opponent in PRX. Now, yes, they didn't have something yet, whatever, but we've seen that PRX still has some fire underneath them, even when they're swapping something in and out. Of course, I'm talking about the player here, not just generic stuff. But, like, I really do believe in this Team Secret team. Like, truly, I think they could be one of our representatives going to Tokyo.
I think they are.
I think it's very likely.
Team Secret has been really strong in the last 2 weeks also, moving beyond that. In the last 2 weeks, the performance has been really strong. I'd argue, actually, last week with Gen G and DFM, it got a little close.
Oh, no, it absolutely did. And, I mean, they decided to go to Fracture yet again. DFM really studied the hell out of that map. Gen G, again, they alternated their setup, trying to maybe catch DFM off guard and be like, you didn't prepare for the Eco breach, but they didn't really need to, because at the end of the day, in those first two maps, one of the things that we saw was that GodDead wasn't really feeling it. The tissue didn't come out. He was not on point. We weren't seeing he and Meteor taking over the game, much like we had saw when they were playing versus RQ, much like we saw when they were playing, against Loud over at Lock-In. That synergy was not there. They both had a really off time in those first 2 maps. Then we got to Pearl, and then suddenly it was like, okay, they're awake. We started seeing that impact that we got to see, from them versus RRQ, versus Loud, King as well, finding his footing yet again and being that critical site anchor. So I think that what's really crucial for Gen G here is having Goddead and Meteor on point off the rip. They cannot afford to have this warm-up period there, especially across 2 maps.
Yeah.
It needs to be off the bat. They have to be on point if they want to win this.
And for me, the bigger piece of those 2 is Meteor. He, against
Sure.
Suggest, now, all the credit in the world to Suggest. He was playing out of his mind against Gen G. That was the best I've seen him maybe ever. Like, he was playing so well, I was just floored. Against Meteor specifically, 4 and 16. Meteor only got 4 kills against Suggest. Suggest got 16.
Yeah.
He was destroying him. And that can't happen again. Meteor has to be the guy, right? He is this all-star duelist that you brought into this team to be the banner carrier for Gen G. So that kind of performance cannot happen here again today against Team Secret. Now, I don't think it will. I think Meteor should have a pretty decent bounce. He still had a decent performance overall, but he just got absolutely duelist diffed by Suggest. So this week has to be different.
With that, let's pull up some of the key players. Jesse Vash is definitely someone that we're looking at.
Always.
I think TS is another person that we're considering here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a showdown of the IGLs. I mean, both of them very well experienced. Obviously, Jesse across multiple esports, but TS has been in the scene. He's been a competitor and a player for a very long time. Both of them also a little bit older, to say the least.
That all the
Jesse's-
boomers.
Jesse's tweet today. Oh,
still
my
has plenty of
God.
years on
Oh,
him.
so good.
But, yeah, this is going to come down to calling, keeping the team stable if things do get tight. And obviously, Jesse has been able to do that very efficiently. You take a look back at their previous series, both of them ended up going to 3 maps. The most recent one versus Paper X, incredibly close series. 13-11 in the first map, 13-11 in the second map, 13-10. All of them were very down to the wire. And TS hasn't really had that as much until we got into this series versus TFM.
Yeah, and I thought, TS, he had some good adjustments on their fracture against RRQ, but otherwise they didn't have to go too deep into the playbook. So for TS, I've been impressed with him against Loud and other teams, where he's really, I thought, called a very strong game, and then individually, on that controller role previously, has done a really good job. I expect him to stay on it here today, despite, Achilleos and I really wanting to see Sylvan back in that spot, but I would like to see him back on the Brimstone. That is, to me, I think his best agent that I've seen him play. If they're going to go to Fracture today, if this is going to be that map that, that Gen G wants to do.
Let's hear this interview.
Oh, okay.
And Dubstep from Team Secret actually sent a message over to you saying, Gen G, watch out. Any message over to Team Secret? 그러면 이제 덥스텝 선수가 젠지 다음에 만나는데 조심해라라고 경고의 메시지를 던졌거든요. 좀 팀 시크릿에게 한마디
I actually don't
부탁드릴게요.
remember what he said here, so.
Me neither.
그쪽은 5명이 TS지만 저도 1명이 TS다. 예.
Well, you all 5 make up 1 TS, but me, it's TS.
Oh,
All right.
He's
That's a
the
good
one
line.
true TS.
that's a good line. And yeah, I mean, it is Team Secret versus TS, so we'll see if that is the case. He's saying that I am the Megazord.
Yeah.
You are merely the parts to stick with the Power Rangers stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, yeah, I interrupted you. You were what were you talking
I
about?
already forgot, too. It's okay.
Already forgot.
It's gone.
Do you guys
CH.
remember? I don't remember. But anyway, with TS, okay, Team Secret, I think they looked really, really strong. What is it really going to take for Gen G to step up? Like, what are the things they should be watching out for from Team Secret?
I mean, I think that it's a couple of things that we already touched on, which is having Meteor and Goddead have that synergy off the rip. I mean, you think back to the series versus RRQ, Goddead set one of the craziest assist records that we've seen. Or not records, but, like what he put up in that series was nuts. It was pretty much almost every single round he was coming up with multiple assists. So really nutty performance from him. He needs to have that off the bat. They can't afford to have this stumble into the game, have to get warm up. Oh, let me stretch a little bit in this first one, and then we'll get him in the second. It can't be like that. Meteor needs to come into this, and he needs to be strong. He needs to be incredibly strong. And also, depending on what the map pool ends up looking like, Meteor will also need to have a strong performance on Raze, because we're going to be expecting him to play that if that fracture comes up once again. And I feel like, unless unless Gen G ban it themselves, which I don't think they will, Fracture is inevitably going to show up, whether it's the second map, third map, whatever. So he needs to have a strong Raze performance where he's so used to playing Jet. Goddead needs to be able to enable him. They cannot have anybody who's slouching off the rip because Secret, if they are leaving those gaps, Secret's going to slide right in there and they're going to destroy them.
Yeah, for me, I think it's about Coach Bile and TS here. Coming in, being prepared for the adjustments that Team Secret is going to make. Really going through the tape and seeing, okay, well, how did they adjust to X, Y, Z? You know, you've got a little bit more map tape on Team Secret versus what you have on Gen G. Because Gen G's only played 3 maps so far out of the 7 this year. Like, they haven't played Haven, they haven't played Icebox, they haven't played Ascent, they haven't played Split. So there's 4 maps that you have zero idea what's going to be going on here for Gen G. So likely you can pick one of those maps that you probably feel comfortable on, I suspect, because I think Team Secret's going to ban Pearl. They've been perma-banning it anyway. It's Gen G's best map. Just knock it out of the way. We're not going to mess with that. So something else has to come through here for them. And, you know, is it going to be Lotus? Is it going to be maybe Split? Who knows what Gen G's got cooking? But it has to come down to the smart players for Gen G.
What do you want to see? What map would you like to see these two on?
I think it depends on what Gen G wants to ban, but I wouldn't mind seeing Icebox here. It has been a struggle for Team Secret a little bit at times. Even though they're really good on it at times, they did struggle previously on it. So you've got a good amount of tape potentially. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, to be honest.
I wouldn't mind seeing Icebox not presented by Heineken 0.0 as well. But we'll see if they get some free ad reads, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Nicely done.
We'll see if that comes in. I think that just given Secret's history on that map, even though that they did drop that in their series versus, what was it, Talon, I believe, I think that they're still going to maybe respect their strength on that map, and also because we haven't seen it, we can't really gauge Gen G's strength.
Right.
That's been a map that historically has been very tough for teams to tackle as kind of a new one to develop, and we saw Onslayers playing around with it a bit, and it didn't always go their way. So I'm wondering if they still kind of have the echoes of Onslayers pushing them away from that map. But I just hope that we see something a little bit new. I wouldn't mind seeing an Ascent clash, because that means that we get Dubstep on Jet, we get Meteor in that matchup, and we get to see how those two are going to be able to square off against one another.
After he pounded on Ascent last time, I don't think they want any of that. He went absolutely nuclear on that map last time.
It did look good, but that's why I would love to see it, because, I mean, if we have Meteor at his peak playing top performance versus Dubstep, who's also doing the same, I think that would be fantastic to see.
True.
It probably won't happen, but it would be nice.
Now, you guys have been talking up Team Secret, yet your predictions say otherwise.
This is us.
I find this so
This is us hedging our bets here to make sure that, like, no matter what happens, that our Twitter feeds are safe.
Gotta disappear below the
Jesse's already getting in. Like,
see ya, guys.
Jesse's already.
This feels familiar.
Jesse already gave me the eye emojis, so I'm a little
Welcome
worried.
back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I was gonna say we're just gonna turn around your chair and like we would still
I
have
guess
you
I would
here.
still be there.
That's true.
True.
That's a good
I
point.
wish I had thought about it.
I think I'd rather talk to the chair anyways.
Ooh.
But I think, like, I mean, look, Jesse's already responded to me with the eye emotes when I tweeted about my prediction for today. So I love Jesse to death, and it was a tough one to predict.
But it doesn't look like you guys do, based on, like, why did you explain your expert rationale?
Our preds have been public now for the last couple hours, and I retweeted it, and I said, look, I think that this was the toughest match to predict this week. Even with me screwing up every other prediction for the most part, other than DRX this week, this one was the one that I struggled with the most. And I think that for Gen G, they're not going to have that lapse. I think they are going to come in here full powered and be able to, show their full potential. They're going to be hungry to keep Korea up on top, to have that second place slot. I think that in the end, this is going to be a really close battle, but I think that they can take it in the end. Granted, if Secret win this, I am not surprised whatsoever. I want to be very clear about that. The other thing that I've noticed is that when 2 people on the first match of the day, and there's only 1 match today, so this is the first match, when 2 people go against everybody else, that team wins.
We've got this.
It was the double prediction for RRQ, the double prediction for Detonation. Now it's the double prediction for Gen G. So I'm going with patterns. I'm seeing stuff that doesn't exist.
I just think the host knows best. I don't know.
I'm going beautiful mind on this.
Okay. Any last words for your prediction and why you didn't pick Team Secret?
I don't have to justify anything to anyone, okay? I'm
Get
ready.
off my lawn.
Really? You're ready to just dig into your Gen G bets here? Well,
yes.
I think Team Secret is going to win. I think they've had such a strong showing, and we are going to go to the stage and watch that walkout.
Face.
We are live in South Korea for VCT Pacific. Kicking off today, we have Team Secret from the Philippines and Korea's Gen G. These are two teams that have been solidly climbing the ranks, and today they are facing off.
No nose tissue. No nose tissue for content. Now I'm concerned.
We know how this goes.
I'm really concerned now.
That we
I
do.
guess you're right. It is maybe more of a gray blue. I don't know.
There's some hints of blue in there. It's hard to tell at that distance.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, those are two people that if a jet map comes up, which seems inevitable just given the number of them, we will get to see face off, and that is exciting. Here we go, our highlighted key players once again.
Oh.
Jesse taking off the glasses.
Glasses off. This is serious business. It looks like a Team Secret win from my end.
Well,
Serious today.
He's
Dang.
got a haircut. Look at that. He's ready to go.
trimmed it up. We'll see what happens though.
So, thank you for the bow, Jeremy. That's very nice of you.
Polite little
I appreciate
Annyeong.
that. This is, this is so tough. It's so hard to predict. I mean, I know I joked that I didn't have to explain it, but truly, I stuck by my guns and I said I thought Gen G would be the second place team in our league this season, and so I'm sticking with them. So I've got basically the only team I'm not picking Gen G against, unless they really flop here today, is against DRX. Like, so in my book, Gen G should be only losing one match this season, and that should be against our top team.
We've got our two coaches here.
A big battle of preparation here. Warbirds is nice energy. Warbirds is proven that with prep time, he can pretty much do anything. Bile also going to be joining them now on stage. But Bile has done this as well in the past. So I think that these are two of the strongest coaches that we have in the league at the moment. Obviously, Termi also thrown into the mix there. The others still waiting to fully prove that they can continue to develop in the season. But I'm curious to see what the prep looks like, if there's going to be anything new for us here today. Do they change it to playing what? Do they try a different composition? Do they go for some crazy map picks? I've got so many questions, and we're only a couple seconds away from the answers. Break the huddles. Go to your seats. I want to see the maps.
Sit down.
He wants the notes. Achilleos is so expressive. I'm curious about the team comps as well. I know Gen G isn't particularly experimental, unless it's been tried and tested. Team Secret, do you expect any unusual team comps?
Generally, no. They also kind of run
They're pretty stock
pretty
standard.
stock standard stuff, pretty safe, and that's what makes both of these teams so good. Is they they're very comfortable in their roles for the most part. They're very comfortable with their agents. Okay, so yeah, Pearl is going to be eliminated here by Team Secret. So the real question for me is, what is going to be this first pick for Gen G? It's going to be Haven.
Okay.
Doesn't surprise me a whole lot. This is, again, a comfort pick for Korean teams and players. So I can see them going to that. Okay, you want to go Fracture.
I mean, I think that this is fine overall. I mean, Secret, they recently beat Paper X on it. Granted, it was close, but they're looking at that 13-4 loss for Gen G versus DFM on Fracture, and they're like, oh yeah, you're exploitable on this map.
Certainly, my only concern is Team Secret has yet to win a map pick. So one of their they've lost both
they are
their map
0-2
picks.
on that.
Yeah, you know, Lotus is the decider. That's quite interesting.
I'm sorry, we're not counting lock-in in that.
No,
but even then, it would only be one.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about just here in Pacific. Yeah. But it's been pretty interesting. Like, once again, like the win rates and loss rates for map picks overall is actually almost 50-50.
Yeah. But here's my dream. Here's my hope, my dream for Haven. King Killjoy, TS Silva, Meteor Jet, God Dead Breach, Sylvan on Omen. I want to see that swap. TS has played Initiative for so long, but it's going to be Sylvan. It's the exact same comp. Just swap the roles, please.
Yeah.
I want to see Sylvan on Smokes. He's so at home with it.
Do you hear that, Sylvan? Switch it up. It's not too late.
I'm going to have a word with Bile after this.
Yeah. No, I do really want to get his opinion, and because it's just not that TS is bad at Smokes at all. He's really, really good.
Yes.
It's just Sylvan is, I don't know. Maybe something's changed. Maybe
his
Sylvan
career?
is. You know, he's been solid on the Initiators. Again, they haven't lost with him in the lineup yet on any of the 4 maps that he's played. So certainly, I think, you know, there's a lot of potential with Sylvan in the Initiator role. The only difference, of course, between these is going to be the Raze versus the Jet here with Jeremy. To me, that's more of a stylistic difference than most things. I do like the Jet a little bit better for control of the long angles, especially long A. It gives you, I think, a little bit better overall ability to dictate the spacing in that part of the map because of the dashes. But, you know, it works well for Secret, so I don't really knock it. Jeremy's
God that has tissue in his hand.
Oh, he's got it in his hand, so he's ready to go in case.
He's ready to plug and play.
Okay. But then I am much more comfortable and relieved.
All right.
All right, we're ready to kick off game 1. We have William and Quack, and I have a question for controller Quack. Is it safe to be carrying those toxins into the arena?
Yeah, I definitely think it's safe to carry those toxins. We want things to get a little bit toxic. We want things to heat up for sure.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a little bit of spice, yeah, a little bit.
You saw Jesse Batch with those classes.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, first of all, let's talk about that. Okay, so the tissues in the nose. We talked about the plug and play, and then Team Secret looking sharp. Right, we've seen a little bit of a style change, both in terms of the hairstyles and whatnot, coming in from Team Secret. But I just want to go back to what Achilles was talking about, right? We'd love to see Sylvan on the smoke. Yes, as someone who also got to watch Sylvan throughout Challengers Korea the past few years, that sounds great. But we used to say this about players like Buzz and Mako, and look at how well they're doing on all these other agents. Of course, Buzz back on some of that duelist duty in certain other compositions.
Sure.
Yeah, but I think we still got to give some time for Sylvan's initiators here.
Yeah, and that's the thing that they're playing right now. Definitely looking to still enable and support Meteor in a lot of this because he is that kingmaker for Gen G. Still, though, I mean, very similar basically the same compositions. The only difference being the Jet and the Raze. It's these two teams who are so kind of just, I think, actually we're just similar. That's no other word to describe this.
Yeah, I mean, they're very structured, right? They revolve around a lot of set plays. I mean, I think the biggest difference between the Raze and the Jet, the Raze a little bit more self-sufficient, whereas Gen G telegraphing that once again they will focus on setting up Meteor. Now, Team Secret, a very common push out of B. They're holding control of A main. So both teams are very well aware of what just happened, right? Seaside is free. So Gen G, they purposely leave Sylvan behind, but now he's trapped. 1v5.
Easy pickings for Team Secret, but this is so much information and a lot of initiative for Gen G because now they have more space. They can go into Garage, they can go back into C-Link, and they're actually clearing out Defender spawn as well.
Yeah, just making sure they have a way out if they need to regroup, but Team Secret is fast on this retake.
So is King, though, with the frenzy. Instantly a double kill, but trapped on top of Locks. It's up to Meteor to come in for this, but he can't quite do it.
Oh,
TS
1v1.
still able to flick back and forth, down to 14 HP, but he lands the headshot. What a flick, what a clutch, and this is just the first round.
TS holding it strong for Gen G here. I mean, it was looking pretty dire as a retake came in. I mean, of course, big props to King as well, holding down for 2. Right by Lumber on the side of Site C. I mean, he's so clean with that at the long range, but then TS. Just look at that awareness, and this is something we're starting to see more and more often as all these teams try to pick up the best players, you know, across all the VCTs with just individual instinct, right?
Yes.
Waiting for that peak across on the other side.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Not that much analysis to go off of. That was just a pure gunfight, and TS knew how to play it. He knew which position to hold. Dubstep peeking out kind of exposed himself in a second, but now, Marshall's, Spectre's, Bulldog on the side of Gen G, and they're kind of trying to bait out these pushes from Team Secret.
Yeah, so Team Secret initially, they're jiggle peeking on C, just trying to, you know, kind of make Gen G think it's okay to just rush over to A, like, okay, it's probably a stack over on C, but of course they instantly push out. They've actually used a lot of their, you know, utility here on the side of Team Secret just to try to get some damage, and surely this corner is checked. I mean, Gen G knows that this area was all given up.
They have to be, but one right click could make all the difference. It kind of landed, but not quite finishing off the job. So that's going to be up to Jeremy now with a lone shorty. He goes in close, but runs out of ammo, so King makes it an instant trade. This is A site under Gen G's control.
Yeah, Jeremy just pushing forward to try to pick up the weapon that he gets off of the kill, but of course, there was backup for the side of Gen G. Now, you know, we always like to talk about, in theory, this should go Gen G's way, but TS already weak. Yeah, I would almost consider getting out of there and swapping positions, because you lose 1, maybe 2 more weapons. It's not as great as you would want it.
Yep, that's right there. He can pick up that Bulldog, and that's a huge boon to TS now because they can go in aggressively off of that. But still, Sylvan and Goddead, they have those automatic weapons. They're trying to hold it back. Borkham with an instant headshot, though, trying to soften up those defenses, and he wants to go in fast. Not quite clearing out the left side, though, and that's where Sylvan will be able to find his 4th.
Okay, so they do recover the Bulldog, so not the worst of days here for Gen G, but, you know, damage still taken, right? We often like to say, okay, if you keep, you know, the rifle you buy and then, you know, 2 other weapons, you should be okay going into the bonus. But now they don't have a choice. You basically have to just stick with the 2 weapons you carry over and try to save up for the 4th round on the side of Gen G.
Exactly, still economical damage, so this round looks like it's going to be in Team Secret's back. They are the ones with the full buy after all, but let's see how those positions actually play out, because so far we've seen quite a bit of variety from those team compositions, those team strats, and it looks like it's just Gen G rushing straight into B-side for an easy plant.
Okay, so Quack, we often see when people, you know, when teams try to push for B, they always leave someone behind for the post plant, and a lot of teams try to counter that by taking A main or C main fast. Right now, Team Secret's actually just trying to flood it in, and Jeremy's good for 2.
Oh, Dubstep good for the 3rd, in fact. So it's still the same situation. The remaining players are all towards the back of mid. Easy shootings for Team Secret to find that 3rd round.
Okay, yeah, I had a couple doubts there about what are you going to do about the post plant, but I mean, Jeremy just walks in and gets 2 kills. Of course, I mean, we didn't see it on the camera because we're waiting for that smoke play to happen, but surely lots of utility set up. A good blast pack in and it jumps up and you get the ping as well. My good. Yeah, this is just, I mean, this was very intentional. Team Secret, this was their plan, right? Just don't give up either C-Link or A-Link, and our retake will be fine. We don't need to panic about going against those post plants. Now going into round 4, Jeremy does have the showstopper, and this looks like it could be one of those setups where you see the recon boat go all the way into spawn.
He does have that showstopper, and he wants to make use of it, even dodging out the fault line. Shoots it, but not quite connecting. Maybe just a little bit of fringe damage to Sylvan. The rest of them still going for control over grass, though.
Yeah, but what this does, now Jeremy doesn't overextend, so that's important. King definitely caught a glimpse of that.
Oh, and this is where you start to see some of those overextensions, just like you mentioned, Will. Going for that control, Gen G are fully aware of that fight. They know just how to pick it, holding down those angles, slight peeks here and there. They're able to take down 2 players, but Jesse Bash, anchor on the A site, goes into short and takes out the first player. He knows their rest are coming.
Yeah, but he didn't have an exit. I mean, he realized he couldn't really push out either way, so he's just trying to use their smokes against him. And this is one of those rounds where most likely it should be a save. So let's take this time, slow things down a little bit. And I want to talk about, the showstopper there. We've seen that play, right, starting at lock-in. Saw a couple of teams doing it. We've seen it happen over here in Pacific as well. Now, the play itself is good. Even if you don't get kills, you've secured all this information in mid where the attackers simply cannot leave the spawn area. So then what we saw from Team Secret, it's just a matter of, well, we don't want to empty mid because then who knows when they're going to creep back in. So they're trying to greed for at least a little bit more info, maybe one more kill. But King catching that slight glimpse of Jeremy really leads to the breakdown of Team Secret's setup.
I agree. And I can't just say that it's just off of King's kills. I feel like it's TS's reads as well, because he must have known that showstopper was coming.
Oh, sure.
Not just from hearing the sounds or the call from Raze, but that fault line coming in from GodDead, right through window, right through mid, tells me that they were setting up for that play. They were banking on the fact that Team Secret would send off something aggressive just like that. And on to the next one, of course. It's just easier for Gen G to actually break through Team Secret's defenses. Numbers are so important in this game, and that's why I think Team Secret kind of need to figure out how to temper that aggression a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they started on the back foot here on the first half of Haven, so we've seen them kind of go with these coordinated set plays right off the bat for a couple of these rounds. Now we're finally seeing a default from them, a 3-2 split between A and C. And they are prepared for this. They're trying to scout for the Omen, but Meteor's already here.
Just because he updrafted, and it's something that TS might not really expect, but Team Secret's still ready for it. Borkum able to get one, but instantly traded. Jeremy, thankfully, off the back of defender spawn, just creates a choke point outside of Garage.
Rolling Thunder just gets completed.
They do get to secure the spike plan and have that Rolling Thunder in their pocket, so they might be able to send it just to push off that coming retake, but they still need to watch out for C-Long, and that is what GodDead is looking out for. Still jiggling, still waiting for the peek from Jesse. He kind of spotted out the elbow.
He needed to get the kill, and he does get it just in time. King, Envy with a great peek. It's now a 2v1. The fault line, is it good?
Oh, close, but no dice, because Envy was the secondary player that Vandal spray transfer did not quite connect onto, and thus Team Secret find the second win.
I mean, it was as ideal as you could get it for Gen G, right? It was already a 2-3 fighting against that retake. They catch note of Jesse Vash's flank, and GodDead, the timing on the Rolling Thunder, everything was very perfect. In fact, even this fault line is good, right? It catches the person in the back so you can get the instant kill up front, but like you said, the transfer doesn't land, and then Envy actually just has enough time to make sure he lines up his own crosshairs.
And that's magic from Envy as well. I mean, we've been talking about these IGLs, these Eagles, the Jesse Vash and TS Team Secret. It gets a little bit confusing.
Yeah, we should just dedicate that we'll never
Secret,
we'll say the full name this whole match, because it is starting to get a little confusing.
But Envy versus GodDead, I think that's a big matchup on its own right, and they are showing up to it as well. Now into it then, it's going to be Gen G instantly dashing straight in, but Meteor not quite landing the knives. It's Jeremy, in fact, who lands the paint shells, and GodDead finding 2 in return.
Yeah, even though Meteor wasn't good for a kill, he did buy enough time, whether it was intended or not, so it does lead to a clean entry here and the plant. Now, lots of votes committed here on the side of Gen G in the past 2 rounds. They want to keep up the momentum and really break the economy of Team Secret. All right, smoke coming out from Borkum on a lobby. This means that they're just going to have to save. I mean, this is just to keep Gen G guessing, make sure they don't come out on the hunt.
I love that you say that, Will, because this is exactly the problem Team Secret are facing. Economy, right, is the issue, because if they continue to go in for this retake, they just won't have enough for the next round. They're gonna start to lose more rounds and possibly lose the momentum as well, and that's something that Team Secret does not want. So full save this time. We're going into the next, but still, we kind of have to break apart what exactly happened on the side of A. Because Jeremy did have that paint shells, but Gen G just continued to waterfall off of Meteor, and that is the factor that kind of broke apart this A-side defense.
Yeah, and what I'm really liking about that round is Gen G clearly keeping track of the responses from Team Secret, right? Whenever they've poked a little bit and prodded over on a main, they've kept tabs of, all right, what utility comes out from where, what's the setup, what's the default from Team Secret. Then they forced an entry into A, so now what does Team Secret have to do? They have to commit, once again, 3 people for a full setup on the default on A site.
And
Now it's going to be a fast push on to C.
Not quite the read that we were hoping for. Team Secret now, it's all up to Borkum. He's got 1 dark cover available to him. His position has not quite yet been spotted, but he's going to whip the spray. TS, he comes up huge instead, and that's an impactful frag because the rest of them are arriving late to the retake and kind of losing out in those positions. Jeremy's the only one left. He's got nothing but a shorty to his name.
Team Secret looked all out of sorts there. I mean, for one, yes, the aim itself gets shaken. And then, I get it, right? Your economy's not great, your firepower is not great, and so you're just trying to flood the site before the spike actually gets planted. But here's the thing, you've already lost the site entirely. You don't have full setup, full utility, and firepower to do one of those fast retakes. I mean, at least try to recover.
He's got Showstopper.
Does have it, but I don't think you commit it here. You're already so far behind.
They're just going to peek off easily. But that's absolutely right. They definitely did look out of sorts. It wasn't just the aim, kind of positioning a little bit. And also, I think it's the calling. I'm not to discredit Jesse Bash no matter what, but this is exactly like what Seth was likening it to during the desk segment. Both IGLs, this is what it comes down to. This is why these 2 players were highlighted. TS versus Jesse Bash. They are the ones moving the pieces in the game right now. And you can see that TS actually is moving them few moves ahead of Jesse Bash in this instance.
Yeah, again, the power of the IGL, you only really start to see it if you string together all the rounds, right? And so they strike A, they strike C, and now they go for a slow default, taking control of mid. But they still have full utility set up in front of A lobby for the side of Gen G, right? They still have TS watching C main. They actually fully control the information on this map. Team Secret simply has information where they're allowed, which is really just C-Link and A-Link.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Because from their perspective, the information that they kind of have to make some guesses. So what? I kind of like what they're trying to do right now, just making off of the little sounds that they get from Gen G's utility, hearing the drone, and then we get a little peek from Dubstep. But at the same time, they need to be able to block off information and switch things up so that they keep Gen G guessing.
Yeah, but right now with the setup they have, it's a very safe setup. And with the ultimates they have in hand, this is intended to be a retake from Team Secret. I cannot imagine otherwise. Borkum has to get out. He has to either just hold site and stay alive or get out of here and keep 5 alive.
All right, 5 HP. Not the worst, but the Nano Swarm will burn him alive instead. Dubstep. Right from Garage, goes for a ballsy spray, but Sylvan instantly reacts. We might have a showstopper.
It's still doable, exactly. You can try to go for the showstopper. All right, he's able to try to fly through. Jesse Bash.
1v1.
Yeah, sight. Not good enough. King still working with his turret to clean up the round. It now goes to 6-2 as we prepare for round 9. And I mean, I think all of us agreed that this was probably going to be a close match, no matter who wins. I know most of us predicted Team Secret, both of us here on the cast did as well, but we did not expect any of the maps to go this way.
This is one of those things where I think a timeout is it's coming soon, probably. At least for Team Secret, because on all these strats and what we're seeing, it makes sense. Oh, actually, it's a Gen G timeout. What?
Okay. No, that's the UI. Yep.
Okay.
The screen says Secret. We've got the giant eye staring down on all of us here in the Sangam Coliseum in Seoul, South Korea. So this is definitely a Team Secret timeout.
Yes.
We have seen winning teams do timeouts just for a little bit of a mental break or whatever, but usually it's not like this. Now, something I think some of us have mentioned it on the broadcast before, something Bio likes to do is if the opponent's calling timeout and they win, he'll instantly call a counter timeout just to cool them off again and keep them guessing, right? A lot of these timeouts, sometimes it's a mind game between the 2 coaches as well. So curious to see, first of all, what is Warbird's answer? I do think you already see some of the glaring mistakes, right? Your defaults are set up a certain way, but then you don't commit to the execution of it. If you're going to push out altogether and commit to that. If you're going to default, wait to hold for the... Once again, you have 4 ultimates. You can retake any of the sites.
If you have that retake, if you have that rolling thunder, then you have to do that together as a team. What we saw in the previous round was Borkum kind of caught alone on the site itself and unfortunately just couldn't quite stay alive. So Gen G currently are playing just a little bit faster than Team Secret.
I mean, look at the tempo change
Okay,
again,
I
right?
like
after,
this.
Yeah, after the timeout, it's a fast strike onto C. Now, they surely, because of the ultimate situation, expect that this could potentially be the ultimate. So they're trying to draw them out one by one. The reason they do a fast strike is this way they can bait out all the ultimates before they have to commit.
That is a fast counter strat in a way of its own. They knew to expect this retake setup from Team Secret. Question is though, will the gunfights go in their way or Team Secret's way? In fact, right now, it looks like it's gonna be Team Secret's. Jeremy just runs straight into C Long. Envy coming up huge as well. A triple kill now to his name. Meteor, the last one left. Down to 9 HP, hiding inside of the dark cover. They know he's there, but he's still slipping back and forth. Quick double, dashing up front. He's going to get a third.
God.
But Jesse, nail in the head to block him off.
I mean, still Meteor even getting 3 with 9 health. I mean, we talk about how we had some Matrix moments. Let me tell you, this one takes a cake. Dodging all the bullets and then landing his own. Unfortunately, just not enough. Jesse Vash understanding they just have to fight 2v1. But again, while it was a lot of investment, good setups, and I think it's important to note, Envy starting to find his aim, starting to find his groove. This was a player that we pointed out as the star player for the side of Team Secret. So many maps. If he starts to pop off, things could get different here for the rest of this map.
That is entirely true, at least for Team Secret, because we need more of these players to come online. We can definitely see that Gen G, Goddead, Meteor, these are the ones that you have to disable. Still though, because they're attacking, they're kind of mixing things up right now, and Team Secret, it's up to them to react to this.
Yeah, so once again, site emptied out. Lockdown is at the ready for dubstep. Of course, Sylvan has his own Hunter's Fury, and surely he's saving that specifically for that ultimate. What's the rest of the setup here? Oh,
no
Meteor
way!
Trying to buy space by going up into heaven. And now Team Secret, they have more to consider other than just the ultimates.
Oh, all the positioning is being swapped around. Meteor, one little move. The Team Secret are a little more afraid, but this lockdown will give them more security as they push into the site. Jeremy leading the charge now. Envy off the other side. They have the stuns, they have the concusses, and they have those positions locked down. Sylvan, no way you make it out of this one alive. Team Secret coming back into the game.
The timeouts are working for the side of Team Secret, and I gotta say, it wasn't the lockdown that gets them. Of course, we're gonna see the counter timeout now from Gen G.
Okay, you were right.
It wasn't the lockdown, because quite frankly, that was meant to be a trade from both teams, right? But it's the flashes afterwards, the flash points from Envy. The timing on that, you see that? I mean, Jeremy just going in right off of the flash. He doesn't even get half blinded by it, and he's able to help clear the site. The double team of Jeremy and Envy, the two rookies on this squad, absolutely impeccable.
And that's that similarity that we expected to see from the side of Gen G, Goddead, Meteor. And that's, again, why both teams are so similar, but we have to call attention to this counter timeout. This is what you were talking about from Coach Bile. They're looking to stop this momentum from Team Secret.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the reason Bile waits one extra turn is, okay, one round it can go that way. Let's see what my team calls, and we see TS just call for the fast push onto A. You know exactly what the game plan is. Trade ult for ult. Meteor tries to throw the curveball by taking Heaven. Even that works out well. But then it's Jeremy and Envy. Okay, so now you've figured out, okay, their retakes are good on A. So how do we make sure their default breaks apart once again? That was the weakness that Gen G exploited for so much of this first half. If they can do it for the last 2 rounds, they'll have an excellent scoreline of 8-4.
That's entirely possible too. Off of this timeout.
I do like to only talk about things that are possible when I'm casting. I try to keep the impossibles out of the way.
I like the impossibilities though. If
yeah, I mean,
Meteor had gotten that clutch.
Yeah, like the what ifs. Like, what if Euro just suddenly shows up on this map?
What if we had a triple duelist, huh, Will?
Okay, well that did happen actually. It wasn't a nightmare. Meanwhile, Jesse Vash just gonna spray through the smoke. So again, the intention here, if you look, the spike was never meant to go straight to A. Gen G was just trying to kind of mess up the defaults of Secret. And Jesse Vash's response is, well, just spray through the smoke to check if anyone's crossing or not.
And it actually worked, but it also left a little bit of a gap towards the B site, but Jeremy comes straight back in, Showstopper clears out back, and now all they've got to worry about is just mid. Gen G don't quite have the firepower either, so this comes down to a little bit of a firing range, not at least until King shows up on the server.
He's gonna Vandal.
Looking for the next shot, and then the subsequent one. He's down to a 1v1. This smoke a little bit shallow, gives him a little bit more space.
He
goes
play time.
straight into the pocket, and Borkum wants to force him out into the open.
Yeah, King is playing the gambling game. He's betting that it's not. Oh, he checks for it as well.
Borkum needs to stick at half at least.
He has to stick half. King wins the mind games against Borkum. What an incredible play from King. I mean, taking the risk to jump out of the smoke to first of all scout the position and get into a place where he can continue to jiggle peek. Then banking on the fact that the first one's absolutely a fake, and then checking at the halftime of the next one. And then the third as well for the kill.
And that is why this is his kingdom. Even though his subjects, his loyal subjects, were on slightly weaker weapons, he still made it work off of his own firepower, off of tiny jiggle peaks just to throw Borkum off balance. 4-7 now. This is the last round of the first half. Team Secret desperately looking to make it slightly easier for the next half.
Yep, last round, that means Gen G just taking things step by step, right? Invest utility and then take that area. Very textbook Valorant. They've already taken control outside of Garage. They're making sure Team Secret cannot push out of anywhere. And now with this drone, they know, okay, the only area that Team Secret has invested into is A short.
Still, even though they know that, they can't quite deal against the off angle being held by Jesse Vash. 3-round burst finds the head, and then the From the Shadows to get even more information. Jeremy even pushing up closer with a Phantom. Takes off 2 players from Genji.
And the great thing there was From the Shadows being used at the same time as the fault line setup, so Jeremy, can push in. So it's just you had too many things to consider, right? It's not an entire, like, fake, right, where you have to look the other way or something like that. But again, it's just an overload of information. The timing was very intentional.
30 seconds.
Coming out from Team Secret.
Here.
Speaking of timing, this one little push from Dubstep might just catch them off surprise, but God's head. Quick reactions. Borkum not able to fight back either. Comes down to a shock dart that destroys the spike planter. Lockdown being deployed. They have to push this. Team Secret knows they have the initiative. They want to go in even deeper. Sylvan tries to fight back, but Jeremy says no. 5-7 will be the score at the end of the first half.
Well, at one point of this half, Quack, we had a 6-2 scoreline in favor of Gen G, and I remember I made a comment something like, well, all of us thought this would be a closer match, and guess what? We're right back to a very typical 7-5. Now sides being switched. Team Secret absolutely can make a run back here on Haven.
Entirely possible. I mean, I have to think that this was a map picked by Gen G because they saw some weaknesses in Team Secret's play against Paper X last week. But that said, it shows, it's a nice showing that Team Secret still has that adaptability within them to kind of, you know, sometimes we could just abandon our default. Sometimes we have to try something different and a new setup perhaps. But now that we go into the next half, this is where we get to see what Gen G has to show for us because they haven't really played this in a pretty long time.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G not. Now, the core of Gen G, right, they've played it before, and one of the things I want to note is Goddad has often popped off on the breach here on Haven. I think that's one of the things. The other thing, King, even dating back to the DRX and Vision Striker days, he was known to just hold one site on his own. Yeah, as that Killjoy, sometimes with just a Sheriff. And that suddenly makes this a 2-site map for Gen G on defense instead of a 3-site map. So do those factors work in favor for Gen G? Because it looks like they might need it.
As always, things boil down, sort of, to this pistol round at the start of the second half. Team Secret loses it, and Gen G just might get their way with this map.
Lots of things to discuss here, of course. Now you are swapping sides, but surely you've checked the tendencies, how the players like to move around. Now, I will say in terms of like pairing and movement of the micro compositions within each team, nothing too surprising, right? We constantly saw the Sova and the Breach help for A main fights from both sides. We're gonna probably see that again. Gen G gonna try to set up Meteor for success and then help rotate things over. My big question and my eyeballs are gonna be really on King and TS, right? How do they constantly change up their setups to try to throw a little curveball towards Team Secret's attack?
Yeah, because these two teams stick to the meta. These two teams stick to what makes sense. And when that happens, it comes down to these little micro adjustments. And that is what we see from these players, from the IGLs that are TS and Jesse Bash. Of course, on the attacking side, though, that's where you just might be able to force some mistakes from your opponents. And that's perhaps what this fault line was meant for, just to throw some positioning off, to pick up that alt orb, maybe.
Genji's already pushed out.
Oh.
They know they're going to enter a fight, but they have 3 people with Crossfire ready. Now, Genji, a very wise choice, right? You don't get the instant kill.
Might be open.
Yeah, I mean, you just back off.
Here.
And you don't have to give up the entire space. The drone doesn't make it all the way into A long, so you're able to keep that. So now you can leave Meteor. Now you can rotate over, have faith in your sharpshooter on that jet, just to hold that area, hold that site for you.
It's a little bit of a gamble from Team Secret, though. They're thinking that the players were positioned on the A side, but they were so wrong. Gen.G still not budging from C. Anyone that pushed in, easily dismissed by the frenzy that is in the hands of King and TS now with the classic. Pushing up front, blocking off Garage. It's lights out for Dubstep. And again, Gen.G finding that pistol.
Yeah, and this all comes down once again to the fact that they were able to just trust Meteor for A site and then make that rotation early. That allowed Goddead to get there in time. TS buys enough time to allow King to stay hidden until he's ready to get the kill. Then Goddead comes in to save King. TS can now strike back again. All off the back of pushing A main as 3 and then not overheating.
Yes.
Once again, really pointing out the importance of just knowing what your limits are. And now it's Meteor on that Marshall. We always know he's good for 1.
Revealing area.
It's going to be tricky for Team Secret to say the least.
Stealing sight.
Meteor now presence on the B site. Anyone who tries to go in for a bit of a lurk, not going to happen today. Not for you, Dubstep.
You know, I thought maybe I had spoken too soon, but nope, he's always good for at least 1. So Meteor gonna get that kill. And I mean, again, once he gets the Marshall, once he gets the Operator, it's bad news, especially on a map like Haven where the Operator suddenly makes defense so much easier and balanced.
Not just balance, but okay. A little bit weird with the 3-round burst of the Bulldog. It allows for Envy to actually pick up that kill, but he's expecting someone to instantly come back over just to watch that weapon on the ground.
Yeah, oftentimes you'll see teams try to protect the weapon upgrade
up.
going over, but they use the fault line to be able to pick it up, and
What?
Team Secret, they've actually set themselves up for success. They do go back down in numbers, but Envy still has a Bulldog.
The rotations. They're rotating off of that one frag from Jeremy, but
One
no!
enemy remaining.
Off of the spike plant, watching the angle into to A Link. They actually get deleted. They got the spike plant though, so
I mean,
a
yeah.
little bit of damage maybe.
Well, more so than
Funny.
damage, I think Team Secret just okay with what they got, right? They got the extra creds from the spike plant. They were still able to take away, you know, a couple weapons. They were able to get, you know, 2 kill creds. So not the end of the world. Now, not enough damage done to Gen.G to celebrate anything. Yeah. But Team Secret setting themselves up for a little bit longer of, you know, a run. Maybe a little bit more breathing room here.
I don't know, Will. I'm not satisfied with that second round. I thought they could do more. I thought they could do more.
Well, yes, and part of that is because they gave us and everyone watching hope that they were able to do more, right? They picked up the Bulldog. They had already set up a lurk in mid. So theoretically, there was a little bit more hope and possibility, but Gen.G not one to overextend or overcommit to any movements. Now Gen.G on their bonus, they're just going to even out their econ for the next round.
Revealing area.
See, what I don't like about this is that now Gen.G's really close to the double digits, and because of that, they're going a little bit more aggressive. They know they can take some risks, so it's just going to be a big ol' exchange right up by A lobby, and Gen.G are actually coming out on top of this one. Borkum trying to even out the odds back to a one-on-one. He does want that spike.
I mean, this is already disastrous for Team Secret. A round you absolutely need to win with at least 3 people alive, if not 4. You're already down to 1, even if you somehow win this, which statistically speaking, he does have less health. So we got to say, I mean, I got to raise it for Sylvan's side a little bit here, but no matter whether we win or lose, you already feel terrible about round 15. Sylvan now just trying to stamp the nail in the coffin. He's not going to get it.
You forget your place.
Thankful, safe for Team Secret, and a sigh of relief from us casters and honorary Filipinos all across the world. And a very nice scoreline.
I mean, speak for yourself. I'm gonna predict it for Team Secret. But
Okay.
you know what? I just want to see good Valorant, all right?
Yes, we want to see good Valorant. And what I see right now is a very nice scoreline of 6-9. Okay. But still, this is, again, that play between those two teams. Gen G, they knew they were on a save. They knew they would have enough in the next round, so they just went in for that. And they actually got quite a bit of value. Team Secret are on light shields this round. Not the worst thing in the world, but definitely a little bit impactful.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've seen light shields work in teams' favors as well if it's an intentional setup for your economy. I know a lot of people were talking about Zeta Division, taking a page out of Fnatic's book in their Week 3
Light
match.
shields, yes.
So it can be done, but you got to imagine that right now it's not because they want to, but because they have to on the side of Team Secret here, and Borkum already taking a little bit of a scratch as well. Starting on the back foot, they don't have too much information. So right now they're going to wait until the 1 minute mark to see if Gen G pushes. Otherwise, they will have to start to use their drone right at the 1 minute to regain some control.
That is exactly what they're doing. Just to clear out A, quite a bit of utility spent already. Gen G having the lockdown, having the guns. They are just backing up. They're actually allowing for this A main push, but at the same time, pushing on the other side of the map as a duo, they take Borkum away. That's your controller gone, Will.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Gen G, they have no reason to rotate off of that because they've intentionally already left A open because they're going to retake it with the lockdown if it comes down to that. So now that they've seen the Omen, they've took it down, they suspect, yeah, it's going to be a C-side hit.
This is painful, Will. 20 seconds remaining, and you have no choice but to commit to this. They have to shoot it, but King has laid it out open as a trap. You have activated my trap card. I am going to send you into the Shadow Realm. Dubstep has a Guardian, but not quite landing the shots. He's going to have to save this thing.
Yeah, I mean, boy, this does not feel good at all, right? Not only are you forced to save, you're forced to save a Guardian, and not your weapon of choice perhaps in most rounds. And the thing is, you have to recognize that you were absolutely read like a book, right? You were suffocated to the point where you had no information until the 1 minute mark. Then you used the drone, but Gen G already empties out that side of the map. And the other thing I like about that is, as soon as they hear the drone, they push out a C main to check Cubby. I mean, this was very, very calculated coming out from TS and his teammates. Team Secret, do they recognize that in game? Because if not, surely after this round, we see their second timeout come out.
That's the problem. You're going to have to use it at some point sooner rather than later, because if you don't, and fast plays from TS on Gen G comes out, your ultimates are nullified.
Alarm bot down.
Well, now you're kind of stuck in mid. You don't have any information covering your backs. Of course, it is a eco as well for Team Secret. But Gen G, I mean, let them have Garage, right? That's the plan here. They have shorter weaponry, no reason to get into a gambling position. Just hold these long angles, and we'll know when they come in. We'll just go for a retake if we need. Just hold A site, all good.
So much presence everywhere. Gen G are prepared for whatever TS throws at them.
I mean, it's all crossfires except for Meteor, who's trying to rely on his tailwind to get out if he needs. And
oh no. It almost came down to it. This one play from Garage too, but it kind of falls apart. Envy though from middle.
Oh, trying to swing out off of the stun.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, yes. Ready for the ace. Looking for the ace. Now this does get all three.
They're okay. They're covered by the smoke, Will.
Envy needs to pick off one. Oh, he doesn't get the kill instantly.
Oh, God.
And then he panics. I mean, you can feel it in his aim. He knows he has to get the kill instantly. He knows there was no more hope. He invests the rolling thunder into the future of Team Secret here on Haven, and it's gone all down the drain.
That's just... That stock market is crashing. I am speechless. We had a showstopper at the start of the round. We're seeing it in that replay. It did not work out. Envy had a pretty good frag, had the Rolling Thunder, invested it, repositioned all the way to C long, but covered off because of that smoke. Tagged up because of a few shots from Gen G's players. He could not land a subsequent shot. And this is now double digits. Past double digits for Gen G. That timeout that we were talking about, Gen G still has one in the pocket. Does not look good for the future of Team Secret, at least in this map.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely not on Haven. And Gen G, not only are they identifying some of these weaknesses, I mean, the cleanliness from Team Secret's calls that we've come to see on some of their other maps, right? Like Ascent, right? Like Fracture. We're not seeing that on Haven, and Gen G's exploiting that very well. I think Gen G also actually just adapting mid-map to the fact that, okay, Team Secret, they're going to start to panic because they can't get a lead here on the scoreboard. Let's use that against them. We're seeing that round to round, and that's how TS is getting all these good reads, right? It's not simply off of, I mean, surely they've prepped with statistics and whatnot and VOD reviews, but just in the game, TS is starting to feel, okay, if I'm panicking, what would I do? Okay, yeah, I would probably invest my ults to try to overcome this eco round.
I'll probably rotate over to C Long.
Exactly. I mean, it's just read like a book, step by step. And now Gen G, they finally make a switch. Look at this. The operator now comes in, and see, it's only Jet. It's an absolute trap here on A site.
All the Killjoy utility, all the players set up to control A short of all things. The paint shells does make it a bit of a trade. And then the Owl Drone, but not quite deep enough to suss out the positions of King and TS. This crossfire is lovely.
Okay, if you're Team Secret, even if you don't have information on, you know, behind you for the flank, you can't force this. You've already seen the skills of, you know, utility of 4 different agents here.
But Gen G pushes. What? Gen G pushes into the firefight, Will. What?
Well, let me tell you, sometimes casters are just outright wrong because Team Secret just gets kills, and they're going to be able to get the site for free. GodDead just waiting for that final moment.
Oh!
Last player standing.
Okay, more kills.
Spike down A.
A double kill, in fact, for GodDead. Dubstep thankfully puts an end to that.
I think Meteor tries this. I think if you're Meteor, you try it. You do have money. If you get 1 kill, you can try to open things up.
He's got a shorty.
Shorty. Yeah, change to shorty. Oh, but he's baited entirely. Great switch up from Envy. I don't mind the try from Meteor.
They can afford it.
Yeah, I mean, you can afford it, and also, you know, you didn't have, obviously ideal if you could have switched to a rifle, but the try itself, a valiant effort. You also have many rounds in the bank.
Speaks volumes to their confidence, if anything. Just looking for those quick scopes, looking to turn those duels into one-on-ones. But smart plays from Team Secret, especially with Envy just circling around that cloudburst. Still, quite a bit for Team Secret to climb back into the game. They need so many wins in a row, 4 wins in a row, just to even out the odds.
It's going to be an early Rolling Thunder as soon as you hear the spike plant, I think. Yeah, they were prepped for it. They already flooded A-Link. Borkum, the only one alive. Not stunned, he's still alive. Teammates here for backup. The crossfire from Jeremy. They still need to clear out Borkum if they want to try to push this, so they have to wait for the plan to happen.
Look at your mini-map, though. TS actually wrapping all the way around from mid to cover the turret. Oh, but Dubstep expects it, finds his head. And now all we're left with are 2 players, each coming in from A and C Link. Jesse Vaj knows to watch it, but he went a little bit too aggressive. And now the off angle, the control play from Envy. Borkum, all you got, all you need, 1 bullet.
I mean, GodDead surely just saves this. Yeah, no reason to give over a potential extra ult point and some creds over to Envy. You're also not sitting entirely healthy on your economy anymore if you're Gen G. So the wise choice made by GodDead. And Team Secret, they're looking alive. I like it, right? Borkum escapes the Rolling Thunder, and that keeps this round going in their favor for Team Secret.
A sudden fast switch up off the timeout just to go in for that B site hit. Something that Gen G doesn't really defend at all. So it works out for the time being, but we need 3 more rounds, Will.
Yeah, there's still a ways to go. Now, if you're Team Secret, sure, you're happy that it's not match point yet. Meanwhile, Gen G, you gotta say, you know, if you're gonna invest into this round, this has to be it, right? If you're buying half armors and bulldogs, you're probably planning to use it on Just Fury. You have to secure this match point to sit comfortably and have a little bit more time to close out the map.
I don't know how comfortable it's going to be, though, but the paint shells might just be able to damage up Meteor. Operator swapped away, and he's falling back. Borkum managing to teleport all the way to the back of defender spawn. He's trying to cause some chaos himself, trapping them inside of A-Long.
Yeah, I mean, that's allowed Jeremy to just get into the site. They've really split up all the forces of Gen G here. And the lockdown as well. Oh! Still Meteor, yeah. Does go down instantly. He gets traded, but it's still going to be the site in control for Team Secret. Borkum doing what he can here.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
Swing.
Well, now they know exactly where Envy is.
2-on-1 situation too. They're thinking that he might have gone over to C, but
They're just trying to regroup here on the side of Gen G, I think. It has to be, right? Surely you heard the potential sound and the footsteps of the member here. So they're sticking together. Yeah, no need to fight 1v1, especially because King was low. Okay, well, now you know. Oh, Envy, he knew as well. He saw the recon both come out, but can't reset his aim in time. And Sylvan will clutch it out.
that does not feel good for Team Secret. Getting that swing off of King's contact doesn't quite matter. The strat was good from Team Secret, but down to the final moments, Gen G just a little bit more controlled.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the fact that they regroup, right? King calling, I'm low on Ho. I'm not going to peek. I'm actually just going to run away as far as possible in case he pushes out with the fault line. It all leads to success. King is taking the first bullet, and then Sylvan good for the 1v1. Team Secret, not going to rush it entirely, but now they have to because Dubstep's been taken down. No one's watching their flank. They can't settle with just a site. They have to push out. I mean, sure, they send Jesse Vash to look for a flank, but Jeremy needs to hold this position. It's too many angles. He's got to back out.
Yeah, Gen G instantly knows how to react to it too. Instantly backing all the way off. Rolling Thunder just to give him a little bit more space, and Jeremy looks to eliminate some of them in that equation, but doesn't quite happen the way that they wanted it to. Losing players in the process. It's up to Jesse, Bastion, Borkum. 2-on-3. Here's the teleport. Goes inside of it, but no. TS a little bit faster. J Vash now lines it up, but shoulder exposed. Meteor will be able to find that last frag that sends his team over the edge. 13-8. Gen G claims map 1.
Gen G taking their pick on Haven, correctly identifying the habits and patterns here for the side of Team Secret. Not an entirely one-sided map, but I would say in terms of what we saw round to round, Gen G never really felt too shaken, right? Team Secret, it was more ball always in their court to try to come back, and they were able to do it off the back of a couple heroics. You know, 1 or 2 rounds that were really good off of the timeout, but then instantly Gen G strikes back. They adjust without as much investment, and Gen G stays ahead, finishing off at 13-8. And again, a lot of these I think were some of those fundamentals, right? And we're starting to see some of the members of Team Secret panic as they were losing more rounds. Their aim getting shakier than we were used to seeing in weeks 1 and 2.
And that's again the thing that we were kind of discussing right at the start of the match. When you have 2 teams that are that similar, when they're playing that similar compositions, you need that extra edge. You need to find that inspiration, whether it's pre-game or during the game. You have to come up with a strategy that your opponents aren't expecting. Team Secret didn't quite show us that in this map. Gen G did.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, one step ahead, right? One step ahead in reading what the similarities are of how you're going to try to plan to move around the map, both in terms of composition and just style of each team. And I hate, you know, I'm not saying it's all on one player's, you know, shoulders, but let's say it like it is. Envy was popping off on a lot of these other maps they played in weeks 1 and 2. Just nowhere near the firepower today on Haven.
Not quite. Even down to that little round with the Rolling Thunder, he managed to get 1 with the Sheriff. He managed to get a few shots with the Sheriff. But down to those clutch situations. Not quite the performance that we saw last week. On the other hand, for Gen G though, still smart calls from TS. Smart plays from his teammates, Goddead, Sylvan, King, in fact, at times, who did get a clutch, unlike Envy. And then Meteor, I think, still just showing us how much potential he has with those plays, that one play inside of the Cloudburst, that I can't forget that one.
Yeah, and I think this is where you want to be if you're Gen G, right? Sure, sometimes give the space and rounds that Meteor wants to do his heroics, but don't center everything around him. Because when you do that, you start to get read very easily. But right now, we're seeing them actually work more off of the initiators and the way they play. On defense, you're working more off of King and his setups, and that allows Meteor to then have some breathing room and say, I can do this. I can do this on my own. I can do my heroics. I can play with mechanics and win us a couple rounds to bring things back.
And that's exactly what happens, but that's only what we've got for Haven, because on to the next map. That's one where Gen G might look a little bit uncomfortable. I guess that's what Team Secret are looking to exploit.
I mean, DFM, last week showed us the exact weaknesses of Gen G's Fracture, right? I mean, on top of that, sure, some members of Gen G maybe not performing as well as we're used to seeing from them, but DFM showed the weaknesses of that comp. I'm interested, does Gen G come with something different? And also, what does Team Secret have prepared? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to find that out in just a short moment. We'll go to a break. When we come back, the disc breaks down the action for Map 1 and sets us up for Map 2 on Fracture. Team Secret is fast on this retake.
But he can't quite do it.
Oh,
TS
1v1.
still able to flick back and forth, down to 14. One right click could make all the difference, and he wants to go in fast. It's still the same situation. The remaining players are really respect, but Team Secret still ready. Kind of spotted out the elbow.
The fault line isn't good.
Oh, tactical crash, because the rest of them are arriving late to the retake, and kind of
Fast retake. I mean, at least.
All right, he's able to jump.
Yeah, sight.
You know he's there, but he's still slipping back and forth. Quick double, dashing up front. He's going to get the
Set up here. Oh,
no
Meteor.
way. Looking for the next shot.
Yes, it's the cap.
From the shadows again. Still not budging from Sid. Easily dismissed by the Prince. And leads to the double digits, and because of that, they're on the top, and he's not.
Final moment.
Oh!
Let's go, buddy. Hit it, buddy. Hit it. Oh!
welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed game 1 for today. Team Secret and your team.
Yes.
Whoa, all right.
Yeah. I mean,
They both played really well.
yes.
But it just seemed like Gen G was reading Team Secret.
The better TS is prevailing. That's what we're seeing.
Like we said, he is the Megazord. All of the other TS members are just components that build up to him. No, I mean, Gen G just looked really well prepared. This is everything that we were hoping for. That's all of the win conditions we had set for them, was them showing up and looking strong. And one of the biggest aspects of that is obviously Meteor finding impact, and he absolutely was able to do so. But I mean, it wasn't just him. Obviously, everybody, I think, other than, I think you could say maybe Sylvan had a little bit of a rougher go of it, was having a whale of a time. But TS, we had him as our key player. He's right out there leading the charge as far as that ACS is concerned. But it's a very good shout to pretty much everybody on the team, because they were clutching when they needed to.
Yeah, everybody had their moments. You had 3 different 4Ks for Gen G with TS, King, and Sylvan even. I mean, Sylvan, I think, you and I were wanting a little bit with some of the Sova utility. There were some times where we felt like he could have been a little bit more impactful with it, so I think we're still seeing some growing pains putting Sylvan into the initiator role. But,
yeah.
I mean, you can still see why they're confident to keep TS on the smokes. He's insane on it. He's always seems to be in the right place at the right time, like him maneuvering himself to interesting spots. This guy right here was absolutely magic. Well deserving of this throne.
All
This
hail
guy,
King.
I will, yes, long may he reign.
Yeah, with his low poly cloak. It's great. It is great though. But yeah, I mean, King, kind of the highlight. I mean, TS obviously he was looking incredible. We've seen often from TS, especially at the start of series, it was very much the same versus DFM, that he comes out and he is performing really well. This time it was everybody very much around him. But I mean, good God, King has some insane moments on this map, plenty of which we'll get into in a bit once we dive into some of the highlights. But a wonderful performance, and it was one of the things that William and Quack were talking about. You think back to his Vision Strikers era, even at times when he was on Onslayers, when Onslayers was competing and was that second place team in Korea, you can leave him alone on a site and it's in good hands. You're never really that concerned when King is just alone in his spot, because oftentimes he's good for like 2 to 3 kills.
Yeah, and he definitely proved it in this particular game. Now, this game started pretty hot. Even round 1, straight off the bat, a very exciting pistol round. Do you want to take us through that?
Sure. I mean, honestly, this was a great read from Secret, and it really set the bar high. And it's like, okay, they have a very good idea of how Gen G likes to pilot this. They completely abandon the C site. They know that this is being taken, but they also know that Sylvan is going to be sat back going for this late lurk position. And then they just completely surround him. By the time Sylvan realizes it's far too late, he's already dead. They get the kill. We'll go ahead and we'll fast forward as they get ready to go for this retake. So now they have a 5v4, and this is where it's like, okay, yeah, Secret, they're going to be able to take this pistol. They have a really good pistol win rate coming into this, 70% I believe, but it starts falling apart. They get that initial kill, now they're in a 5v3, but then King, again, this guy ends up being good for it. Finds 2 before getting taken down, dubstep Jesse Bash, end up fighting back, and then it is the IGL at the end of it all, the captain of the team, who barely manages to clutch it out with 14 HP remaining. It was a nail-biter of a pistol round, but it showed Secret, they have a good understanding of how Gen G likes to tackle this map, but unfortunately, they weren't really able to play around it too much. We saw some rounds where they really figured out what they were trying to do. We saw that, that aggro rush coming in, trying to get themselves up into window and whatnot with the showstopper. So there was some good reads here from Secret, but Gen G, they also did their homework.
Yeah, that's right, Paper Thin. There were moments where they just had the perfect read on Team Secret as well, right? Even when Team Secret is being aggressive on the defense, and they just read it all.
Oh, yeah, bio with prep. So, like at the very beginning of this, I was hoping we get a little bit more at the beginning of the round here. It's a blast pack in a window, and there is a nano swarm in the corner of window, and a turret back by attacker spawn here. So they're ready for this blast pack satchel charge ultimate combo that we've seen from Team Secret before, and it's perfectly poised to counter it. So this is this bio with prep. Like if he comes in here, he's got the prep time as a coach. He brings it in, and he has them ready for these set plays that Team Secret wants to run. They counter it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a standard one at this point. Oftentimes, it's obviously going to be the Jet with, the Blade Storm, or even sometimes we just see it with a Phantom in hand. And you go for that set play, the fault line comes across, you try to get the Suns out, rush through that window, and come up with multiple kills. They say, hey, look, he's got this showstopper. Everybody back away.
Yeah.
Get this preset util. It's a very well done round. I think, obviously from both sides, Secret, they feel like they have the upper hand in this moment. They think they can catch him off guard, but Gen G just one step ahead in that regard.
Yeah. There was one particular round where they came really darn close, where Meteor looks like he is about to clutch.
Yeah, I mean, there was some. It just goes to show, like, we wanted Meteor to level up. Envy, by the way, big shout out to him. He was super impactful in getting all of the rounds that Secret were able to get at the beginning. But then Meteor nearly pulls this off. Jesse Bash, last man standing at the very end, manages to find him. That's a clutch that didn't quite work out, that still looked flashy. This is one that did go Gen G's way.
Dude.
In a Thrifty, King comes in. He's got the lone rifle here in the Vandal, finds 2 quick kills. Everybody else suddenly dead. He knows that there's pressure from the lower left coming out of Garage. Borkum is in that position, so he creeps out, takes this shot of damage, almost dies, just jumping to get tucked away. And then he just reads this perfectly. The tap is being spiked, or the spike is being tapped. Nice, good job, me. See, I'm still broken from yesterday's game. The spike is being tapped multiple times. King does not once swing until Borkum is actually legitimately sticking for the half hold. He read the situation absolutely beautifully. Now we're talking about Borkum. This map, we did not achieve Borkum time. It didn't happen. We're still waiting for it to arrive on our clocks. Instead, it was TS who very much had the upper hand from the outset as the controller player in this lobby.
Yeah, TS here, this is everything you could have wanted from him and more. I mean, I said earlier, I really like him on Brimstone, but his Omen, of course, is quite good as well. And again, you can see why, these teams are comfortable on Haven. They have such good reads on it, time and time again, whether it be Termi with DRX, Bile, former teammates, they know each other very, very well on sister teams together, working together for a very long time. They have very good reads on this map. They have very similar ideas at sometimes, but again, TS, I got to give him a ton of credit. The way that he was changing pace on their attacker side from time to time, the way that he was, like they talked about on the cast, moving the chess pieces around the board, seemingly putting the right pieces in the right place at the right time, like that A hit that ended up working, I think it was around like 15 or 16 or something, for the side of Team Secret. They still had the right defenses there, it just didn't quite go their way.
I am curious how this is going to go into the next map with Fracture, Game 2, because this one is Secret's pick. Gen G, William was talking a bit about this, how Gen G might not be so comfortable on this map.
Yeah, we kind of saw that versus DFM. Granted, DFM, that was when they were on a heater. They were looking impressive. Suggest was going off, and this was also when we didn't have Meteor and Goddead performing to the level that we just saw. They didn't have the tissue in the nostril. Now they're starting off with it. Goddead realizing the error of his ways. But I am also still fairly concerned about Fracture coming in. Even though we pointed out, Secret have yet to win one of their map picks. I think that they are going to be feeling really confident because Gen G, they've shown 2 different strategies so far as their composition layout. Having Eco come in, playing either the Neon or playing the Breach. I don't think we're going to see much differentiation here. I think they're going to settle on one of those 2 and try to just continue forward and basically say, okay, it was an off day, we can still run this composition. I'm curious to see which one it is, because as we see, Eco is in and Sylvan is out. What I would love to see is the double duelist. I want to see Meteor on that race. I want to see Eco playing on the Neon while having Goddead stick with the Breach that we just saw him do incredibly well with on Haven here in the Fracture.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I would rather see their Neon comp. I find that to be a little bit more impactful, especially on the attacker side, which is arguably the more important side of Fracture for most teams. So, especially the Korean teams, they seem to really, if they can have a good Neon, like you see with RB, with DRX, but particularly Eco here, it does look like it's going to be the standard one that Gen G has been running so far the last couple matches that they played Fracture. The double controller, double initiator with the Raze. On the other side, same thing here that we saw previously for the side of Team Secret. That Cypher in there is kind of a differentiator, an actual sentinel to kind of control some of those flanks, to try to keep your opponents from being able to utilize one of the 2 flank angles from either site, right? Because each site has 2 different main angles of flank. If you don't include spawn for the defender side. I'm with Achilleos here that I would much prefer the Neon. I think that just has a lot more impact if you have a strong Neon player.
My eyes go a couple places here with Gen G, because again, they're running this setup, but one of the other things is that we don't have the Brimstone. I think you can easily run the Brimstone alongside with the Viper for that double controller instead of the Omen. It gives you so many tools, the Orbital Strike, the Molly, great delay things when it comes down to stopping the plants from coming through. Additionally, while they are running this, obviously King has to play the Viper. This means that they are going to be lacking that crucial Sentinel, that Cypher to try to slow down the entries, or even that Killjoy to go ahead and flush people out of the sites with a lockdown. So I'm hoping that they've cleaned it up here to try to get this win, but I'm also not going to be too upset if we go to a map 3.
Yep, so that is the remaining question. Is Team Secret going to bring us to Game 3, or is this it? Let's kick off the Game 2 with William and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria, and the lovely gentleman over at the desk. We're getting ready for Fracture now. Obviously, the desk already broke down, the compositional differences, but now Gen G did make a change. They're not coming in straight with the same thing, right? They're bringing the Omen in instead of the Astra. Not exactly the controller that Achilles wanted, but it is the controller that TS selects here against Team Secret.
I have to say that I kind of don't fully agree with Achilles. I'm sorry for this one, because we already have so many post-plant utility. We have Breach's Aftershock, we got KO's Fragment, we got Paint Shells, we got Toxic Screen. I could go on.
There is a lot, yeah. But
yeah.
maybe not enough.
Maybe, I guess.
But maybe not enough.
That's the thing, right? Because you have this Omen as the pseudo-initiator, you have a Paranoia that can send out things, and then at the same time, you might not have a full-on Sentinel, but that's why Viper is here. You're here to be that defensive controller, just to anchor down sites, and King has shown that he has done that so much, especially on B when he positions himself around tower. So this comes to the mind where I think both teams need to show that they can take risk, break the mold. We don't see that double duelist, but maybe Gen G has something up their sleeves.
Well, Gen G correctly getting the read that there is a potential arcade setup. The 0 point coming in very handy. That's going to allow them to not overcommit yet, but they're not aware at all that Jeremy's already snuck into sewers, and he helps get 3 kills.
Come down.
Yeah, I mean, he picks up the final hit on only 2 of them, but he was good for, he was part of all 3, and what a great start for Team Secret.
Keep me under by the tunnel.
I mean, they did.
At the same time, yeah. Spike dropped now, and it's easier for Team Secret just to pick these fights as they watch that angle like a hawk.
Oh, well, there's that Paranoia. I mean, this is what the Omen does allow you to do. It allows you to be a little bit more mobile and take a little bit more initiative, but just is not enough. Dubstep finishing off the pistol round now, finally allowing Team Secret to get a lead for the first time in the series so far, 1-0.
Yeah, first pistol round win for Team Secret so far. But again, this is why it's a little bit interesting to me, because although this was a Team Secret map pick, they're looking to exploit those weaknesses from Gen G, seeing as how they kind of fumbled against DFM, a little bit against RRQ. It's interesting that Gen G decided to start out on the attacking side. That's why they're going with this composition. That's why they're trying to attack maybe slightly differently, if anything. But back towards tree we go, because this is a pistol round after all. And Team Secret already have this read.
Yeah, so far in the first 2 rounds, what we're seeing is both of them having kind of reads of each other. Now, my big question is, for Gen G, as they most likely all fall here due to the difference in firepower, Gen G, are you using these 0 points because you think you have a read on Team Secret? Or is that eventually going to start to become a telegraph where Team Secret can use it against you, right? Because you're now committing all your forces to this 0 point 2 rounds in a row. I would love to see that change up in the next 2 rounds.
As would I. Because currently it's not doing all that much. You might be getting some information, sure, but you're not really, you're not able to play off of that. At the same time, you might be able to suppress some abilities, but it doesn't really help you pick the fights that you want. If anything, if there's a Cypher playing close range, sure, that might allow for a player like Meteor to actually blast back in, but as we're seeing right now, firepower from Team Secret will reign supreme. Jeremy inching forward to that showstopper.
Oh, and Team Secret, they are prepared to try to run loops around Gen G because they now swap the positions, right? Because 2 times in a row, yeah, you've shown the majority of your forces defending B, and the Cypher has yet to be seen. Okay. So now they put up the Cypher setup on B. The 0 point has always been used close. Once again, it's being used over by A main. Team Secret catches sight of that popping off.
You know what I call this for Team Secret? This is the Pac-Man strat.
The Pac-Man.
You go around, pick up the alt orb. Jeremy's 1 point away from it. Dubstep reads and knows how to play around the B site. Let Gen G in, maybe. Maybe Jeremy picks off that one frag. You get the showstopper, and then what?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They're set up for a retake even with lacking firepower. And again, Dubstep, he doesn't need to do much than just hold B tower, right?
They successfully Pac-Man A site.
They have. They've already taken over. They know that it's a B hit. So now Dubstep, again, his priority just to keep this in control. And Borkum, the read on Gen G wanting to take more space.
Gen G, they have to make those moves. And in all of those moves, Team Secret are just reacting to them. Oh, but blinded. Meteor will come up from above. We still have little bits of utility, though. We still have Jeremy with that showstopper. It comes down to whether or not they can shoot him out of the air, but they just run away.
30 seconds
Gen
left.
G, they thought about potentially trying to rotate out, but it's not going to be enough time. Jeremy's getting a little ahead of himself. Can he get the kill?
No! Instead, it's going to be Meteor! Quick swings back to back, and he finds 3 kills. Now Eco comes in, and Borkum's the last one left. Gonna be caught inside this corner, concussed, and wall-banged by GodDead.
Now, I get where Team Secret was at, right? They used the showstopper, and since they can't get anything off of it, they say, okay, well, we're lacking firepower. Let's go in before Gen G can fully set up. I get the idea, but here's the thing. I mean, time was against Gen G. If you just wait, maybe you get at least 1 or 2 more kills, even if you didn't get the round win. But they were so focused on that silver lining of potentially getting the win that they started to overheat just a bit.
Not everything comes down to these strats and tactics. Sometimes it's these microaggressions from the players. Gen G gaining tower control, they were able to take down Borkum. And at the same time, the showstopper nullified, but now Jeremy pushes out in towards Dish and takes back control. A deep smoke coming out from Borkum, blocks him off.
So even with a member down, now unfortunately it is the raise for the side of Gen G, so their entries are quite tough, but when you're up against a Brimstone, yeah, if you start to use his smokes, right, if you start to draw them out, then as long as you get the plant, the retake starts to get quite difficult for the side of Team Secret, and that's Gen G's only hope right now.
Poison's off.
Smoke count down to 2, Spike lined up for Antenna. But without so much movement on the B side, I mean, there's not much mind games going on, right? Team Secret happy to just give this space.
Let them in. Again, same thing. Team Secret, they know they have those guns to fight back. In fact, if anything, they just want to hold this crossfire up by the A site, block it off. All Dubstep and Borkum are trying to do is to delay it, buy time, get that information, and try to pick them off one by one if possible. And that's what these cameras, that's what these smokes and traps are here for.
Dubstep getting out of danger just in time. Still has that camera up as well. Hasn't activated it yet.
That's why we have Phantom.
I mean, this is, again, a play for time, right? Team Secret just trying to run the clock down against Gen G.
I don't think time is going to work. The one is that shot from GodDead. A second one, it's a tap. Instant hits, gone. And now flashing out, they try to press the initiative, but King holds the off angle and strikes them down at the right time. Second win for Gen G.
May he reign just a bit longer to bring home the victory here for Gen G, as not only does he dodge the flash, he's good for both enemies coming out of that poison cloud. What is going on here? And then King just holds for 2. These 2 players have really been carrying Gen G so far in VCT Pacific. I mean, King was doing it back at lock-in as well, even though they don't win a map.
What? Team Secret must be as dumbfounded as we are. Because they've been trying to do everything right, but not really working out. Now we're back to a little bit of tunnel control from Borkum, but he gets a little bit curious. Hearing that dark cover sent out, he's going to get punished for it.
Okay, now very crucial to think. Okay, so I was about to say, very crucial to consider the fact that so many members of Gen G are 1 or 2 points away from their ultimate. You are on an eco, you are already down 4-5, and then just prove me wrong by getting 2 shots through the wall, Jesse Vash, because now you do have hope of winning this round. I was going to say, maybe you just died to the spike, but maybe not. Maybe you complete your ultimate.
It still is an FPS after all. The guns, the shooting matters. And sometimes Jesse Vash with a Sheriff is all you need. But maybe not now. Not now that King is here. And you'll be forced to kneel. 2 to 3.
You know, these are the times that I just out myself as a coward. Everyone's listening to this cast. They're like, yeah, that's the guy that like calls to save as soon as he loses a member every round in solo queue. I'm like, no, that's not actually how I play, but I'm just literally saying, listen, there's a lot left to this first half. Now, obviously, Jesse Bash still good for 2 there up on B Tower, so no, you can't blame him for trying after that.
Still. Things are getting interesting now. Gen G with the 3 ultimates up their sleeves. Maybe a set play, but no, they just anticipate this push coming in from Team Secret.
Yeah, they realize, you know, Team Secret, obviously most teams on Fracture defense, they will push out eventually, but Team Secret actually uses this against them. A counter timing. TS now has the pinch though. Borkum not able to clean up any of them.
But NB will come back in to pick up the pieces. A little bit of a flash, but he dodges it and still stays behind this box. Fragment flushes him out of position, but he still looks for a head. And he's able to find the 3rd, maybe the 4th. Got dead. You are gone.
Envy. That's the Envy that people were cheering for when Team Secret played their first match here in VCT Pacific. He's back in form here on Fracture. And I also just want to point out the reason we keep talking about the expectations for this guy is because he set them so high for himself, right? I mean, he played fine on Haven, but we're used to seeing him pop off like this.
It's not just popping off. He is comfortable under pressure.
Stay focused.
Find the comfort in the discomfort, and that's one of those things that he excels in. 3 to 3 now, and we've kind of swapped sides. Team Secret are the ones with the ultimates in their hands, looking to contest for this dish push.
They have the Rolling Thunder as well. They have the Rolling Thunder as well. Team Secret, they want to push out. This has been telegraphed. TS left behind. And now the showstopper, the clean house. Triple kill for Jeremy. And the round falls apart. It's all down to King and Goddead. The 2 heroes now down to 1. Team Secret, they are not holding back. I mean, we saw the setup already, the fault line to set up for the teammates over by Dish, but then just saying, you know what, we're already here. Let's commit the Rolling Thunder. We still got a couple other ultimates for the coming rounds.
We know there are players here. We know we can get them. We have the showstopper, and we're just going to make them pay.
Jeremy, he put up some great numbers despite the loss over on Haven as well, but we can see it right now. Team Secret, they're already down 0-1 in this best of 3. They know that it's not time to celebrate just yet. There's still a long way to go. They're barely holding on to this lead, 4 to 3 on Fracture against Gen G.
Interesting timeout call at this moment, though. Gen G still not sure how much they have left in the bank, but looking to put an end to Team Secret's momentum, if anything. I don't know if they're going to be able to cook up a plan to fight back against this dish control that Team Secret so clearly has. And dish control is something that gives them maybe a little bit more freedom to actually push back into attacker side spawn.
There's a fan cheering for one of the Korean commentators. Which, by the way, that's the commentator that actually used to be the old coach for F4Q when they went to Masters Berlin. So he's now commentating. It also said, please, everyone, pay a lot of attention to Challengers Korea as well. Everyone, just pay a lot of attention to all the Challenger leagues because there's a lot of great players in those leagues as well in each region. But right now, all eyes on Team Secret and Gen G here in VCT Pacific. And I love what you called out, right? The type of control that Team Secret is showing over on Dish, and then they push back out on Arcade. Dish, and then it's Tree. Dish, and then it's Arcade again. Yeah, I mean, you know, going in a lot of different ways here. And now Team Secret says, okay, there was a timeout from Gen G. Just hold a safe default, right?
Yes.
Wait for Gen G to use their utility, because what is one of their strengths is that they use their abilities that are on cooldowns to try to bait out the opponents. And Team Secret says, we're not biting. We've seen this from you guys.
Let them show their hand. If anything, Gen G are going to spend time in trying to suss out some of these positions from the Team Secret players. This is that default that we've seen. 2 on B, 3 on A. Now, as soon as the ultimate was committed, they rotate on over. Borkum with the Bulldog not looking to reveal his location just yet. In fact, it's going to be his teammate there that sprays through the toxic screen. 1 player down now, and that's going to be King.
And King had the Viper's Pit as well. I mean, surely there's orbital command from the other side, so it is a little risky, but they're already down 1. The paint shells are good against Eco as well. Team Secret trying to see if they perhaps don't even need the orbital command Meteor. Hiding behind 2 smokes, and then he tries to peek in to buy more time, and he's ready for him. It all comes down to TS, but he's up against all 5 members, and he gets revealed.
Oh, but a little bit smart with the Shrouded Step. He managed to evade death for that time being. But now, Dubstep looking to suss him out. They flash him, they push in, they get the right click. It's going to be Jesse Vash with the spray at the end. 5-3.
Gen G getting dominated after their own timeout. We don't see this every day, right? Bile usually has a very good read, and not to put this on any one coach or player, but whatever the read was, which was, you know what? Once you find whatever information or lack thereof, just commit with the null command. At least get the spike down and then hold position.
But that didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret says, well, what if we just make it a 5v4 before the spike goes down? And Gen G didn't have an answer for that question on the exam.
Because that's the thing about the null command. It pulses, it reveals your location with every movement, every 5 seconds. And Team Secret knows how to spray through the toxic screen because of that. They're actually switching up positions this time. That's what I like about this play, because you have Dubstep now on the A site. Then it's going to be Jesse, Vash, and Jeremy. Closer towards B. Gen G, though, looking to make it a split push. Borkum getting first contact.
Yeah, he is scratched up, so now he's, you know, ready to get taken out off of a single shot from really any of these weapons that they're holding. Meteor actually is going right now while he is going for a headshot.
Borkum, please!
Surely Borkum was looking at his watch, right? Trying to check if it was Borkum time, perhaps, but guess what? It wasn't. Because Meteor comes out. No, just not yet, still. I know it's been a lot of time, but still not happening just yet. And all right, well, I mean, Gen G with lack of firepower, but power in numbers.
30 seconds
now,
left.
they still have to clear these trap wires, right? And they do have,
seconds.
yeah, they do have a raise. They do have this blast packs. It's doable.
Comes down to Jeremy and his anchoring potential. His teammates possibly from the spawn itself, but no! Pressure from main. It's going to be Dubstep who sprays through with this Phantom. Getting a quick double now. The rest of them, he's got the camera.
10 seconds left.
Making a little bit more noise, but Meteor, you've said it before, Will, he's going to get at least one, but not this time. Dubstep. He's here to dance all over their graves.
Gets a 4K, holds down the site, and this is the leisure you can have if you have a great Cypher on a map like Fracture. Right, Quack, you called it out. They're changing up the Cypher setups every round. Sometimes it's just within each site, but then once they read the pattern from Gen G, they throw a curveball, put the Cypher on the other side, and despite Meteor getting the first kill, Team Secret just ready for it. Sure, I mean, of course, we should also know it's an eco for Gen G, so it was already an uphill battle, but the way that Dubstep is set up for this, right? The way that he's checking his angles, the way that he's covering. Oh, and the stare down. He wants Gen G to remember that one.
Like you were mentioning, he did get that support from Envy. That flashpoint was perfect. Still firepower on their sides. Now Gen G gets to fight back. Let's see how the positions switch up this time.
Okay, so we just saw Gen G this time throw the 0 point. They weren't ready to pounce on it either way. So now they're also trying to fish out for a little bit more of a response from Team Secret. Team Secret also not doing it right. Off of that, they actually pushed out of A main if we looked at the mini-map to try to gain some control and information. Obviously it was smoked off, so everyone's just kind of hidden from each other.
The only way this works out for Gen G is if they tag team, maybe find one pick, maybe bait some rotations over, and then make a play. But Team Secret are doing the exact same thing. They're making sure that they're not peeking alone. They're not exposed to open positions alone.
If Gen G, rather, is actually able to get rid of just some Cypher utility, they'll be able to actually make a move one way or the other, but TS has no idea that he's being watched this entire time. This has been all red.
I see.
C's coming in to buy time. The smokes. Gen G, they have to rush.
But I did not quite expect Meteor to come up from behind. And now the pressure is on for Team Secret to fight against this King. What a place to deploy this Viper's Pit, completely blocking off Sands as well as attacker side spawn. He even holds it down himself with this Phantom. They try to push up on top of him, but he gets out of dodge.
King, the entire reason he puts up the pit is just to buy time and space for the spike to go down. But it wasn't even just the pit, it's actually his duels that allows the spike to go down. Jeremy the star player, but it's too tough against the 3 members left alive for Gen G. Gen G claw back, now making it 4-6.
Sometimes that's all we need. We go back to basics. That's what a Viper's Pit really is. It's just a big old smoke.
It's pretty big, but it is still just smoke.
Yep. He's able to dance around that. And then to evade, and then to shoot down whoever tries to get up on drop. Eco securing the site itself as well, managing to clean it up. 6-4, not so bad for Gen G. They can still claw their way back into this one. 2 more rounds, and we'll have even things out.
Yeah, and I like that you called out the usage of the Viper's Pit, because too often do we see teams say, well, Viper's Pit is so strong. Yeah, let's use it for the most ideal scenario, right? And then you often just see it rotting in the pocket of Viper, right? The toxins all just dissolving into the air. They no longer hold their power, and it just doesn't happen anymore. But King is actually one of those players who just says, you know what, just commit. Like, I'm just going to commit, and I'm actually going to trust in my duels around my utility, including the Viper's Pit, which puts him at the top of a lot of our kind of watch list for who's going to shine here in VCT Pacific. Now, Team Secret, they had Gen G try to claw back a little bit. They thought they could keep them at bay after the timeout, but now they say, no, we want to make sure we clean this out 8-4. We want to get as much of an advantage as we can here on the defensive side, especially with that Cypher in play.
Hence the timeout. They also have to watch out for some of the utility, the ultimates from the side of Gen G. From the Shadows is not a small thing to be laughed at. Rolling Thunder even more so.
Yeah, but I think they're going to push out. If the 0 point came, they were trying to fault line right off of it. But this time it's a deeper 0 point. A nice little change from Goddead.
Yes, just holding the angle, trying to thread the needle. Set up for Jeremy to swing. Paranoia still touches him as he dances back into the boxes. But the paint shells will force them to be dispersed. Jeremy now swings out, gets one straight shot. Goddead still holding it down though. And Jeremy continues to play from the boxes. Support has arrived in the form of Minby now. A second paint shell's deployed. And King still going in.
King taking advantage of the fact that, you know what, Team Secret, they now have to commit to this. Meanwhile, Goddead down to literally 1 HP, but the problem was Jeremy, while he was good for kills, he was stuck, so his teammates had to come help fight. But at the end of the day, final boss King still alive. I mean, even if it's 1 HP, it is still a 2v1.
I don't hate it.
You know what?
Might be the final boss.
You know what? Actually, health-wise, Team Secret's ahead right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, Gen G doesn't even have one full person.
A little bit of a spray transfer, as long as he's not as long as he's not getting hit by a headshot, that's all I'm looking for, but oh my god, he's running away. 20 seconds, can you actually make it onto A? You can.
They can, but they have to run it. And so they have to just run, and if King gets killed, Goddead has to be ready for the trade.
Oh, Dubby. He's got a trade.
10 seconds left.
Oh, the flash drive! Oh, no! Goddead! 1 HP, ready for the trade!
What just happened? I can't. Oh, God.
What a brilliant 2v1, though, right? They suspect the Cypher utility to be there. They throw the poison cloud to bait him into staring into the flash drive. He even dodges the flash. But then King and Goddead, they jump over this one-way to not get spotted first.
Oh my god.
And Goddead's able to land the shot. I mean, so many layers to that. Break that one down for me on the desk afterwards, because what a brilliant 2v1.
I can't even speak anymore, Will. Oh, and then they flash through again. Team Secret, their holes are starting to fall apart. A main control gone. A site control gone. Paranoia to push him back. Dubstep still trying to fight in for this. Oh, and he just switches up positions. What is this?
He was trying to clear dish as well, create a crossfire. TS does get taken out, but the site is free. They get the information here from the neural theft, but it's not going to be enough. It's nothing new. All positions that both teams are aware of. Gen G not phased at all by that ultimate.
Player standing.
And we're starting to see the aim get shaky again from Team Secret. They thought they had the momentum.
Oh, and he's just buying time.
Yeah, I mean, again, these ultimates, they don't always have to get the kills themselves, right? Use it to buy time, create space, whatever it might be. And King good for another. Suddenly we're tied up 6-6.
And the man is just showing up. stepping up on the server from what looked like a Team Secret read, a Team Secret hold at the start of this first half. Gen.G has come back into the game.
By the way, I'm pretty sure that flash drive on A main popped literally in front of Jeremy, and he still dodged it, or maybe it popped right over his head. Maybe that's why. He was only like half blinded. It happened so quickly there. Got a glimpse of it on that replay as well. But either way, God dead. The flash drives have been very, very good. King coming in when needed most, right? He doesn't have the most insane amount of kills, but all the kills were so impactful. They led to these clutches, these 2v1s, things like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jeremy, he's doing whatever he can to put up the numbers on the board, but they're not hefty enough numbers to carry the entire team forward.
Yeah, I'm really just looking for either one of these teams, if I'm being honest, a little bit more so on Team Secret's side, to do something to break the mold. To do something that catches Gen.G by surprise. It almost worked out with that one play up by Arcade, up by Bench, but when it comes down to it, that was still just a firefight. A position that was easily pinned down by King and friends.
Yeah, I mean, again, I like that you called out that round, because you could see the idea that, Secret understands that they needed to do something different.
Yes.
So they set up a trap play instead of pushing out to try to win the trades, but it's not clean enough to the point where Jeremy can get out safely. So then they actually just have to keep committing more backup to try to get Jeremy. I mean, it turns into saving Private Jeremy out there on Arcade, and eventually it doesn't quite complete the mission.
Definitely not. Where is our captain in all of this? Where has Jesse Bash been?
I mean, he's racking his brain. So is Coach Warbirds, of course. I mean, they've shown so much promise. This squad, they've shown so much potential on what can be done when you start to clean up the fundamentals, but keep the wild firepower, right? Whether it's even some of the veterans like Dubstep, Borkham, even Jesse Bash. But then you have these youngsters like Envy and Jeremy rounding out the squad. They've shown what they're capable of. Now they're up against a Gen.G who learned their lesson against DFM last week. They lost this fracture map, and now they've cleaned it up.
See that they're trying to go lesser with microaggressions. Off the timeout from Bile, they're just sussing out information. This time playing so safe. 2 controllers stacked up on the A site, Will.
Yeah, and the paranoia was used to buy time, and then the toxic screen actually to make sure they can simply hold on to the site. Just give up sands if needed. Let's just hold on to the site and force a rotate out of Team Secret. Meanwhile, TS is even sussing out the potential for this lurk. It's a Cypher on the other team. You have to suspect it.
Well, continues to move forward, but close range. The Frenzy will be able to strike down Dubstep first.
There's more members. Now the Haunt will spot them, so it's no surprise for Team Secret, but they have to push now. This is their one window.
I don't know if it's going to work, though. The right click still able to connect. Now Borkham going in from the smokes itself. 1-on-2. He does have a Frenzy, but look at all these positions being covered up by Gen.G's players. Just a little sliver. And Meteor doesn't expose himself all that much. A headshot to seal the deal.
Okay,
Gen.G takes the pistol.
78 grenades
Gen.G
left.
playing that very calmly, right? Buying enough time, just hold on to the site. Give up sands if needed. As long as we don't give up the spawn, they're just stuck there anyway by the rope. And then they just flood the site. And Meteor actually working in and out of his teammates. Toxic screen there as well to be good for one. And hey, we're back to Marshall.
Oh, Meteor.
Hey, it's Meteor. What do you expect, right? You win the pistol. Even if you don't, you're always going to be seeing this Marshall come out. The flash is good. He knows that this is where they're positioned.
And he uses the paint shells to try to flush them out again. Apply a bit of pressure so he can re-peek once more. Gets the pick, and then he falls back.
And now without any smokes, I mean, sure, they have the one cyber cage, but without any of that support, Team Secret, you don't have much you can do as the attacking side on an eco like this.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Well, that ended rather more abruptly than even I thought it would.
In all of this happening, Gen.G finds that momentum. 5 rounds in a row if we count the ones from the last half. And this gives them more confidence. If anything, Team Secret are the ones being forced to try to do something different every round. And it becomes a bit of that trial and error process, something that's so risky that you have to start considering what happens if you lose these rounds. This bonus would be huge for Gen G if they actually won.
I mean, I think with what you just called out, with things like the momentum, if Gen G wins this bonus, we might as well almost say goodbye to the night here, as Gen G already up 1-0 in this best of 3. Now, because of this, Team Secret, they're not rushing anything, right? They know the onus is on Gen G. Jeremy trying to get 2 kills. Now, teammates there to make sure the weapon is not upgraded on the side of Gen G. They're just going to recover that, keep that away from Gen G's hands.
Pick that up, double it away. A little bit more presence on the other side of the map. Something that maybe Gen G wasn't quite expecting, but so was the off angle. Thankfully, Dubstep is here to make it a trade. Instantly pulls out the cam just to check. No one's rotating over from the bridge. So we're only left with defender spawn or tree.
They didn't take away the Phantom. They didn't have time. They just wanted to check, and then they made the rotation.
Oh, no.
So an upgrade comes into play for Gen G. This is absolutely doable. Now, sure, favor still goes to Team Secret, but here's the thing. Team Secret, if they lose any more members, even more armor, it doesn't feel great.
I'm a little bit anxious, Will, but I have to believe Team Secret, they should have...
Oh, Gen G's not going for the win. They're literally going for damage, and it's working! What? They're just sending King to do it because you have Eco saving the Phantom!
Player standing.
They've done the damage they want! Gen G sending in their strongest player today and perhaps so far in the entirety of Gen G here in Pacific. King, go do whatever more damage you can. We already got a free upgrade. We're going to feel fine, yeah.
And now they can even afford an operator in the hands of Meteor.
Well, okay, let's see where the operator position is going to be. Now it looks like it's going to be a push out of arcade. Now, if you want to commit to this arcade push, though, you're going to have to really help plant him either much deeper and then help clear sewers, or you're just going to check and then fall back. Looks like it might be the latter, especially with how this toxic screen is set up. All right, got dead, actually. Able to get that on the peak.
So he falls back to Jeremy continuing to press up front, though. And in all that time, King, Meteor, they're just lying in wait.
Oh my! Yeah, that's one of those times where it starts to feel very, very scary. The plant will still happen. He takes a lot of damage, but the good thing for Team Secret is that, okay, Gen G has an operator, right? No retake is going to feel great here. What can they do? Oh. Well, King could just start winning every duel 1 by 1.
He is that king on the chessboard. One piece by one piece, he gets all of them. Not unless some players from Team Secret can counter this. They do have that post-plant utility. Incendiary now deployed just to burn down the timer.
One enemy remaining.
He's not getting hit by it.
No!
TS can just hold it.
No!
Oh! It lands right beyond the other side of the box, and TS finds not only a spot to defuse, but also to hide at the same time. A crucial mistake coming up from Borkum, and that allows Meteor, despite having so little health, to just hold the angle, cover for TS.
Sniper Overwatch was something that I wasn't quite expecting, especially because she was that low. Surely a single spray would have done the trick, but look at how sharp Meteor is. More aces up their sleeves, and we have chess pieces on the side of Gen G. Swapped out for Queens. So much cover being provided. So many players to look out for. The timeout being forced from Team Secret.
Yeah, and just to be in Team Secret shoes there at the end, right? I mean, yeah, Meteor was low, but I think at the same time, probably what they're thinking is, oh, I think they have someone sticking the defuse. So then you're just trying to wide swing, dodge the operator, get the spike diffuser first, right? Make sure that you can still keep the round alive, but Meteor doesn't miss a single one there at the end. He whiffs a couple in the beginning, and he redeems himself right away. Gen G in the lead, 9-7. Secret, I think this timeout more than anything, it's got to be used to calm your players down, right? I mean, yes, Gen G, they're taking the lead, but it's not that far off, right? 9-7. And sure, based on how these previous... Yeah, I mean, this one, you're going to have to save a little bit, so it's a half buy. So in theory, 10-7. still very doable. Right? It's not out of this world yet. Yes, Meteor as an operator. It's all sorts of an uphill battle, but again, it's not like it's match point is what I'm trying to say.
I needed that, Will. Thank you.
This is for all the fans that are cheering for Team Secret, and it's important for the players to remember as well.
That's why they're continuing to go into this full force, full send ahead, but Goddead does not budge. Close range duels is where he excels. Spray still good.
I know exactly.
Not before trade. Took down 2 players.
Oh, no, I was about to say, crucially, they still pick up 2 rifles, but Jesse Vash instantly loses one of them. So now, the Stinger and a Phantom, and the Rolling
Defuse
Thunder.
the spike.
Nico just sending commands over to me here. Obviously just picking out the location there more than anything.
Well, I think, if anything, position's so crucial for Envy.
Oh!
My God, it happens as a trade. Dubstep with the Phantom, just sidesteps it, pulling off the thrifty win for Team Secret.
A Dubstep holding strong, and if anything, this is actually pure instincts coming out from Dubstep to be prepared for the fault line. He walks out of it in time and is ready against the peak from Eco. I mean, a great attempt. Coming in from Gen G as well to try to hold things down, but Team Secret, they were just a little too fast. And I like this, top and bottom split as well between Dubstep and Envy, right? I mean, Envy with the Rolling Thunder just trying to stay alive up in tower. Dubstep actually good for the trade. Puts Gen G on an Eco.
This is where it also gets risky for Team Secret. You never quite know where Gen G might be hiding. That's why the utility has to be pristine. Aftershocks come in, and it forces him out of position. A little bit too aggressive, but thankfully Borkum is here to trade. Nightfall onto the site now, and they will be able to split up and conquer.
Okay, they did have to invest in Nightfall, but obviously they want to be very sure to tie this up. Now, the members in main were not tagged, so they don't know how many are coming from here.
Not bad.
Yeah, but Meteor gets shut down immediately, and they're ready for it. Team Secret cleanly taking this back, tying it up 9-9. Still got a couple more ultimates to work with. The map's not over just yet, and that means the series could still go to a map 3 onto Lotus if we make it there.
A map where both teams will have a lot to show.
This is a nice spot.
But 3 ultimates versus 3 ultimates in this round, and it comes down to how Gen G might retake, how Team Secret might go in with a set play.
Alright, so Team Secret, they're ready to just duke it out in a main, but this is really more to just fish out, right? What's the setup here from Gen G? Okay, they spot the raise as well.
Oh, Flash is
but Goddead actually gets 2 on the exit. He's holding the angle. They're just trying to set at least one of them up for success, and that's too many members lost. TS doesn't have to greed anything here. He can try to go for 1 kill. If he gets it, great. If not, he can just back out with the Shadow Step. Dropping the Shadow Step. Saw the hat!
God damn.
Do they know where he went? Oh, TS still alive! He's just buying time, toying with his food!
And he is able to turn it into a feast for himself.
What an amazing triple kill. And once again, showing the comfort that he has on that Omen, right? It just gives him a little more to work with on his own. Goddead just spamming through the boxes and holding on the flash as well.
I do think, like, as opposed to an Astra, this makes a lot more sense. Gaining a little bit more mobility. So on the other side, though, just these positions being held up by A main, it's going to be tough for Team Secret to break through, especially if you allow for a player like Meteor to get into the corner.
Now they push out. Gen G constantly changing up the setup they have to fight for A main.
Oh my God, Jeremy.
They were trying to fight for this, and they realize if they hold close, Jeremy's not going to be able to respond in time and pull out the showstopper in time to get the double kill. Team Secret, they're still in the game though. Their backup cleans out the overeager members of Gen G.
And it comes down to that backup. The ultimate may be a little bit spent, but not the worst thing in the world. Now you have those numbers. Sometimes in these fights, the pawn has to be sacrificed. And then we have that Rolling Thunder, that orbital strike as a secondary piece of ultimate if we need it. Great intel from Goddead, though.
Yeah, and what a good timing. And oftentimes, if you don't have intel, that 1 minute and 50-second mark is, but then you're going to to see the counter intel coming up from Secret. Now here's the thing, you saw the Viper on the other side. Sure, you're stronger in numbers, but yeah, you don't want to go to where the Viper's set up, so they're just trying to fake out Gen.G.
And now just to isolate the lone eco, blocked off by the Sky Smoke as well, they will be able to get the spike plant. Still though, I'm a little bit worried because this is King after all.
Well, and Envy, can he get out? Now they know Envy's stuck.
Fault line. Still in the corner. King able to get the first shot off. Got even odds now in Envy. Sustaining damage and all these little movements. Please don't burn alive. Dubstep. They turned this into a crossfire setup. King knows that he has to go into it, which will make it a near impossible fight to win. Throws the classic to fake the door.
Yeah, now they're shifting positions.
Oh,
Do they
God,
know?
Will.
Oh. Yeah, but I mean, look at this. King, again, no matter what position he's in, he always calculates all the possible moves and all the different multiverses that lead to the best scenario of a win, right? I mean, that is literally the best thing you could have done if you're still going to try to go for the fight.
I have to agree. That was that one possible scenario. Pull off that little bit of a fake. Because they have the numbers on the side of Team Secret. They were able to pull that off. If he had landed the shot onto Dubstep, then we would have a whole different story.
Oh, yeah.
In that infinite multiverse.
Yeah, I mean, of course, right? Because then the 1v1 comes down to two very low health players on either side. So, again, King understanding what the win conditions were. Unfortunately, Dubstep now just a step ahead. And we've seen Dubstep actually really stepping forward for the team, clutching out a lot of these rounds to keep them alive. And this has now come down to a 10-10. But Quack, I gotta say, the score says 10-10, but it feels like Team Secret, for whatever reason, is still trying to fight for their lives. Although they're the ones who have been trying to hold on to the lead. They're the ones who are trying to stay ahead in the second half here.
And we have to agree, that's why they are the ones kind of fighting so hard. Having lost the previous round, not quite getting the momentum in this one. They are trying so many different ways and methods to break off Gen.G's defenses, sacrificing showstoppers just to push into A main. And now Gen.G calls a timeout. Surely things are switching up again, and it's up to Team Secret to try to find that lead.
All right, so the judge comes out for God Dead. B tower, that's all his, fully his control. They're ditching A main, a big change for Gen.G. They've been putting so much to fight for A main control. They're now trying to just have Team Secret fight their own demons over on A main. They want to make the Rolling Thunder. I like this choice. You know, go for the angle that you haven't really tried to punish a lot. Get the Rolling Thunder. Now you're set up for a retake.
Not only are they set up for a retake, they're perfectly positioned to resist the B site. Bits of intel coming in, and King already reads this. Snake bite down, just a delay. And Team Secret are forced to rotate again. Minute left on the clock, Will.
Yeah, I mean, sure, plenty of time, but if you want to go for another fake, yeah, you do have to leave at least one person behind. So Borkum gonna wait to see if anyone follows through, make sure that they have more information. Now Gen.G, they have no interest in fighting for A. They're gonna play for time here.
They don't have to. If Team Secret walks past A main into the site, Rolling Thunder instantly hits them.
Yeah, I mean, Rolling Thunder there. If not, if they think they've missed the timing, they can both push out together to find Dubstep. They know that he's always been playing these lurks with that Cypher.
30 seconds left.
Okay, so we're going to see a two-pronged attack from Team Secret. This is going to make it a lot safer. Now, Dubstep has been spotted, so Eco has to turn around. Dubstep actually, really, you just have to stay alive!
Oh.
You just have to stay alive to buy time, but unfortunately...
Okay, Jeremy.
Jeremy now trying to fill this up. Okay. Team Secret adapting to that death.
I don't hate this. And the spike planted out so much so in the open that allows for Team Secret to play a bit of a crossfire from main and drop. Borkum coming up huge on this play from drop. Secures the position now. Gen.G can only push in from ropes, from spawn. Easy read for Team Secret.
Okay, the smokes are all set up though. Gen.G, they want to go for this round win. They're trying to bait out the orbital command as well, I think. All right, now they exit.
One enemy remaining.
King not able to make it out alive though, so they were really just trying to go in to bait out whatever else they could, do whatever damage they could. But unfortunately, Team Secret, their setup said, we don't need to rely on that ultimate just yet. We will win these duels and move on to the next round. Economically speaking, Gen.G not good for a full buy. here coming into round 22.
And for Team Secret, just to save and secure that match point as well, Gen G, seemingly a great setup, having that Rolling Thunder in their pockets, but just foiled by what we thought was a bit of a blunder, right? We thought that Dubstep just needed to stay alive. Sure, he might have lost his life, but Jeremy was instantly there to fill that gap.
Yeah, and that was a great call, right? And perhaps that's why Dubstep tries to greet this, because already Jeremy was going to try to come take control of Dish anyway. Dubstep shuts down King. They know that they're ahead in firepower. It's Marshals across the board for Gen G, but the lone rifle
Spike
on
down
TS.
A.
Fighting as if it's more than just one rifle. I mean, TS said, you guys need 5 parts to make one TS. Well, it's just me over here. It's the same value. Can he prove it with this one Vandal? I don't know how any of them get alive from that moment, but they all do.
Oh, and now Meteor has the angle as well. Team Secret, surely they'll continue to push past this. Hot so low. And they try to reaggress back into the door. God dead. Still holding it. And then we have Eco up by Spawn. Meteor, still the angle, up the ropes.
Now they're really stuck. They have 0 exit. They commit so hard to this.
Doubling down on the offensive push. Leaves them vulnerable and exposed, Will. Gen G put up this wall.
Well, TS living up to that interview, right? How could you guys win against me 1v1 when you need all 5 to make TS? I'm already whole. I'm already 100% TS, he says, with that lone Vandal. Saved over from the previous round and now tied up once again 11-11. It's a head-to-head round with rifles across the board. Crucial ultimates ready as well. And Meteor, they've done this every time they needed a crucial win. Now Team Secret not entirely ready for it, but they fish it out as soon as it happens.
They have to find King right here.
Surely, you use the same move, surely you sniff it out, but they don't.
One enemy remaining.
And what they do smell instead is near victory. Borkum, the only one left, an incendiary orbital strike, aggressive utility, but it's not that useful in these fights. The spike dropped. If anything, he could flush them maybe out of position, but that's not enough, Will, is it?
No, and here's the thing, with the creds like yours, even keeping that one Molly alive for the next round is actually going to be so crucial. I mean, you just have to accept the fact it's a 1v4. I know, maybe it is finally Borkum time, but it's still 4 members on the other side of Gen G. You also don't have the spike.
Where is he going?
You're just trying to save. You're just trying to save, but there's so much time on the clock. Yeah, Borkum, he just has to escape as far as possible, right? I mean, you don't have any other choice. Match point, you just have to accept that it's already happened. You cannot possibly try
30 seconds
to
left.
fight for this. These are not the times for heroics. We've seen some crazy moments. This is not it, and I cannot fault Borkum for going for the conservative choice here.
Every round just feels like it's Team Secret hanging by a thread.
10 seconds left.
They won't have enough for a big buy, for a full buy in that crucial match point round, Will. And Gen G, on the other hand, I don't know what it is. It might be the pressure, it might be the stress. But Gen G knows exactly how to press in and make it hurt. King just holding up by that one box, and you were saying Jeremy has played that position before. How did that happen?
I mean, again, sure, that doesn't mean you suspect it every time, but
Can I get a drop?
as soon as that first kill happens, we're at least trying to create some angles where you're not both exposed, but unfortunately, Team Secret not ready for it. Now an operator in hand of Meteor. It's match point in favor of Gen G. Trying to close this out 2-0. Team Secret, they've showed so much promise. But today, in the middle of each round, TS stays one step ahead. King continues to shut down any hope from Team Secret. Can they take us to an overtime and a potential Lotus?
They're trying to. They're going to fight tooth and nail, Will.
I mean, they have
a
to.
bit of a boom bot just to try to push some positions out. They might have hurt that shrouded step, but I don't know if that's enough information. All 5 stacked up together, kind of like how DFM were last week, but you don't quite have the flash from Sky. what you do have as a Prowler, and that gives away so much. It comes down to a bit of a gamble.
I mean, Gen G, I don't think they have any interest in fighting this, right? You're going to try to spray for some kills.
Oh!
And he's still good for one. He was just trying to buy time,
Oh,
and
no.
here's the showstopper. All hope is being lost for Team Secret to bring this back, and now comes down only to Envy against all 5 members of Gen G. He's good for one, but that's all he gets as Gen G closes out Fracture 13-11, a 2-0 clean victory as they continue their wins in VCT Pacific.
Bow down, peasants. It takes 5 of you to make 1 of me. And on my side, I've got Meteor, GodDead, Eco, Sylvan, and King.
An incredible lineup. You know, this time both Eco and Sylvan playing the maps once again to victory on the side of Gen G. And Team Secret, you see it in their faces. They're just not satisfied with any part of this, because here's the thing. I mean, they were actually trying to take pages out of so many different teams' books, and they've shown so much promise about it. But today, when they were the ones trying to bait out Gen G into wasting their utility, Gen G said, nah, that's what we've been showing everyone here in the stadium. We don't buy into that. And then Team Secret, the mid-rounding starts to fall apart. They start to panic, and they start to actually just go into these 1v1 duels.
Yeah.
Not something we've seen from them.
Not at all. But it's when you see these mid-rounds, you start to lack that spark of innovation. It just can't quite happen when you're under that much pressure, under that much stress to try to pull a fast one on Gen G. And that is why I think, even though this was seemingly so close, like you mentioned before, every single round it almost felt like Team Secret were continuously fighting for their lives.
Yeah, and I mean, they looked a lot more alive on Fracture, let's say that for sure, right? I mean, just not even just in terms of score, but the way they were winning rounds, the way they were stringing together a couple, especially in that first half. But at the end of the day, Gen G, I think that entire squad, and then their IGLing and TS, the coaching staff, what they want to tell Team Secret today is we've always stayed one step ahead of you, right? One extra timeout, and then we'll catch right back up to you. We'll clean up the map. They use that to their advantage on both Haven and Fracture. Now Gen G continues their victories, only dropping one map so far against DFM. They now hold a 3-0 match record in league play here at VCT Pacific.
Which puts them right up next to their rivals. Good old rivals of all time.
I mean, well, Gen G likes to think themselves as rivals.
Sure.
I mean, you heard from Sax yesterday. He says, in my heart, sure, but my head says you guys aren't our rivals just yet. So we'll see if eventually they'll be able to prove themselves from Gen G here. But
for now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, score-wise, right? They're saying, hey, we're coming for you. DRX, watch out.
It is a good showing. These Tigers are baring their fangs. And we are seeing that they have the potential to fix those mistakes. We might have seen some weaknesses against those plays on DFM, RRQ, on Fracture, but today they've kind of fixed it. They have fixed it.
Yeah, and you know, Gen G, I think, again, showing why so many people had faith in them, right, in terms of just the support they have, the players they have, how they've grown actually individually throughout all their career so far. Meanwhile, on Team Secret, this is that moment where they can actually now, in the future, prove the same things that the Gen G players have, right? Of, okay, you showed promise, you met a hard opponent, you got red, you showed your weaknesses. How do you recover from that in the coming weeks?
And that's where, again, you kind of want to go back to that drawing board. I think that's what Gen G did after losing to DFM and, well, losing a few maps to DFM. If anything, they're showing that they have that little extra. They managed to switch up from an Astra to an Omen, and it actually just gave them enough aggression to be able to fight back, whether it's A main, whether it's sight holes, or just spraying through smoke sometimes, and it all works out.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, right, is something that we mentioned when they were playing that Astra was, okay, well, now you kind of have to always be body checking to get info. But now with the Omen, even if you do check, you have a way out with that Shrouded Step, and we saw that several times from TS where he's able to create another off angle, right, buy a little more time for backup to arrive. Again, these small adjustments, the style itself hasn't changed for Gen G, but it's just one agent change, a little bit of a style and timing difference, and they're able to stay ahead, keep that win streak in terms of match score here. And Gen G, I mean, a lot of people saw a lot of hope at lock-in. They're continuing to deliver off of that.
It's looking to be very likely. I think Okay, maybe a little bit presumptuous, but I feel like they might be one of those teams that will definitely make it to playoffs.
Oh, to playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I think
I wasn't gonna go that far.
I thought you were about to say Masters Tokyo. I was like, well, hold your horses.
That's
I think playoffs, it's fairly safe, right? I mean, sure, they actually have a lot of their tough opponents still left in terms of just overall tier list, but still a 3-0 record. I mean, you win at least one more match, you're probably getting into at least the top 6, and then you buy yourself more time in that double elimination format. So Gen G, they're sitting strong. Meanwhile, Team Secret, again, they're not in any danger. But this has to be that match where they have to learn from it and prove to us that they can continue to evolve, that they didn't already hit their peak just yet.
Yeah, keep going that one step forward. Find those mistakes, keep on fixing them, and then maybe one day you'll be able to play right next to DRX. But still, Team Secret, I mean, today, maybe not the best showing, but they still show promise.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to that. Again, the setups and all that, the compositions, the initial calls, the defaults, those weren't exactly the biggest problems, but it's more, again, when TS and the rest of Gen G start to run laps around you in the mid-round, we started to see the calling and then the communication between the members of Team Secret break down, right? It starts to just go into duels. And if you just go into duels, if you're not in prime condition that day, you just lose the round, right? That's just how an FPS works.
Yeah, we did see some duels with Envy, but when it comes down to it, that many rounds coming back and forth, it just, you don't want to keep going for duels. You need to find a way to find that extra gear shift. Go a little bit further. If Gen G are running laps around you, then you need to be the ones to kind of break that circle, break that wheel. Go find something different. I think they were trying to do that, but because this was already map 2 at that point, it was just a little bit too risky. But still, at the end of the day, it's going to be Gen G with the win, and we do have an interview with the king himself. Take it away, Jang-hyun.
Well, walking away victorious tonight is Generation Gaming. I'm joined by King from Gen G. Now, King, congratulations, but someone had to lose today, and you made sure that wasn't Gen G. Talk to me about the mindset coming into this matchup. 킹 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 이제 오늘 누군가의 연승은 끊겨야 됐는데 그렇기 때문에 좀 특별하게 마음가짐을 다잡았을 것 같거든요. 어땠나요?
일단 오늘 매치업이 누구 하나는 부러지는 싸움이라서 근데 또 하필 아침에 일어나는데 잠이 안 깨더라고요. 그래가지고 좀 걱정은 했는데 정신 차려서 잘 이긴 것 같아요. 네.
Well, someone had to lose today, obviously, and I was a little bit concerned, especially because I woke up today and I was still kind of sleepy. I was worried that I might not be able to perform up to par, but today went pretty well, and I'm glad that we walked away with the win. Well, I want to get your thoughts on how Team Secret performed. 그러면 이제 팀 시크릿을 상대해 보니까 어땠는지, 어떤 팀 같은지 얘기해 주시죠.
일단은 되게 팀 합이 되게 잘 맞았고 그리고 그 서로 5명 간에 약속된 플레이가 되게 많은 팀이라 좀 까다로웠던 것 같은데 그래도 저희가 분석을 잘해서 되게 당황하지 않고 카운터를 잘 친 것 같아요.
Well, first of all, their team coordination and teamwork was good, I must say, and I feel like their executes were on point every single time. So they did give us a hard time, but we did prep heavily, and we're glad that what we analyzed about them worked well against them. And last time, TS said, TSs, so many TSs. Last time, Gen G's TS said Gen G right now is only at 50% of their full power or full potential. Now it's week 3, and do you feel like the number has gone up a little bit? 그러면 이제 TS 선수가 지난주에는 좀 팀의 가능성의 50%밖에 아직 도달하지 못한 것 같다라고 얘기를 했는데 팀의 완성도가 좀 높아졌다고 생각하시나요?
오늘 경기를 봤을 때는 한 51% 정도 네, 생각하고 있습니다.
Yes, in fact. I mean, looking at today's matchup, I think the number has gone up to 51% maybe. Well, I want to talk to you about your efforts to make the fracture stronger. You guys played 3 different fractures in VCT so far, and you guys all switched the comps up. So talk to me about what kind of the decision the team had with the comp. 그러면 이제 프랙처에서 계속해서 조합을 바꿔주고 있는데 좀 어떤 이유에서인지도 들어볼 수 있을까요?
일단 저번에는 뭐 그러니까 일단 그냥 여러 가지 조합을 준비해왔기 때문에 여러 가지를 쓰는 것 같아요. 네.
Well, I don't think I can tell you much, but we have been prepping different comps for Fracture, so we're trying those out. Well, last but not least, we have another Genji versus T1 coming up in Valorant this time, and I bet you have a very good feeling about this. 그러면 이제 다음 주 젠지와 T1의 경기인데요. 좀 느낌이 좋을 것 같아요.
아무래도 어제 롤도 저희가 이겼기 때문에 좋은 기운 받아서 저희도 발로란트 박살 내고 오겠습니다. 네.
Well, I think yesterday our league's team lifted the trophy against T1, and that kind of proves that Genji never loses to T1. So yeah, obviously we're gonna take that win. Well, that was King, everybody, with the post-match interview. And speaking of King, here's a bad joke, a bad King pun for you. So why did the King go to the dentist? To get his teeth crowned. Haha. How'd you like that, Victoria?
Jen and her jokes.
Beautiful, Jen.
Jen,
Beautiful.
I had to tell you guys, Jen has been coming into the green room every single week with new TS puns and jokes every single time. It's in honor of Team Secret and for TS, I guess. Thanks, that was a great joke. I don't know, 8 out of 10?
I think so, yes.
I want to die.
Achilles wants to die.
Not
That is
good.
his
Not good, Jen. She said that one back in the green room as well while we're watching the game, and we said, "Oh no,
I felt like
terrible.
she had one like in the chamber. Today, she's been going nuts on the puns.
Look, Jen, I enjoy your jokes. Please keep them coming. Now, as for that game, it was really close. We saw some incredible Sheriff plays by Jesse Bash, and Jeremy was amazing on Raze. And I thought it was really interesting how Omen, the switch, we were a little bit skeptical about the Omen, the Astra to Omen switch, but it seems like it worked out. It gave him a lot more mobility.
I mean, I was very concerned going into, once we saw that Fracture was in this, but clearly Genji working on it. Still some improvements to be had, I think, overall with how they approach this map. I mean, TS were fighting back tooth and nail. I really thought this was either going to end up going into overtime or it was going to be going to a map 3. Either way, I would have been fine because it was damn exciting the whole way throughout. You already mentioned Jeremy, whale of a performance when it came down to the Raze. This guy was just really, really clean when the team was needing it. When they were getting pushed back, when it looked like Genji was going to go on a nice little win streak, a lot of the times it was Jeremy's entries that really helped them be able to solidify on those sites and be able to pull off the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like, this is a great map, and Team Secret, looked really good on their defender side. It was 6-6, so I thought, if their attacker side can be pretty clean, they should have a really good shot at this. Envy was doing a great job locking down the sites by himself at times or with a little bit of help. I remember that one where he's playing around the B site box, and he got a 4K there. Absolutely incredible stuff from him. But it just felt like, again, it's a little bit deeper in the tank here for Genji and their playbook. Like, you'd see Secret get aggressive and things like that, and immediately Biles just like, no, we're done with this. Like, we gotta figure something else out. He calls timeouts. I think he called great timeouts. Like, Bile did a really good job of making sure that Team Secret never really started to run away with things. Anytime they started to string some rounds together, he's right there to, like, put a stop to it, try something different, get them to, put themselves in different positions, stop messing around with the radar dish and, getting blasted out there when they're trying to push through. Like, change the way that TS is holding down sites in particular. Like, let him control that dish area by himself instead of putting a couple players there just for them to get kind of overwhelmed with utility, because Team Secret really seemed to be wanting to attack that area. Instead, you put TS there, like we were talking about. The maneuverability with the Omen allows him to, if he's sensing that pressure with that util, to just peace out with the TP and let them take that space. And that's okay, because then they can play for retakes.
Absolutely. Actually, let's pull up a clip on that. We have in the first half, exactly we were talking about, the multiple round wins by TS that looked, Team Secret, that looked really good, and they pushed Genji into this timeout.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good start. They decided to, like, change up the pace a bit here, rush out towards tree. Borkum gets tucked away behind box. The flash, it unsteadies him a little bit, and then he can't quite stabilize. So it looks like this is going to end up going the way of Genji, but it all comes down to Envy, who goes absolutely massive in this round. Turns away from the flash, completely avoids it, the fragment not landing on top of him, swings out wide, finds one, and then is able to finish the other after taking Goddead down so very low for a nice little 4K. Then in the very next round, they do the same thing for the most part over on the opposite side of the map. So now they're playing dish side on north. Paranoia comes in, just trying to slow them up. Gen G's doing everything they can to try to buy some time. But then the Rolling Thunder comes across. TS uses the TP to try to avoid it. He does, but he's also in a really bad spot, and it sets up for Jeremy to get this massive double kill with the rocket. King then arrives, is going to try to pinch in behind with GodDead, but it's just such a desperate situation, and he's not anticipating Dubstep to be right up against the wall. So 2 quick kills coming in. That then forces a timeout from Gen G, immediately trying to pump the brakes, and I believe it doesn't work. I think that Secret might actually be able to win that follow-up as well. Either way, I just love the way that they were playing with aggression and just shifting it to the opposite side of the map, just making sure that they are staying up to date with where they think the stacks are going to be coming through here from Gen G.
And it forces the changes from Gen G. It sets the tempo here for the side of Team Secret, right? Where they're the ones dictating when Gen G has to take the timeouts. Because normally, you know, obviously you want to have your opponent on the back foot where they have to be the ones that take the timeouts, and then you can maybe react well to that. We saw that on Haven for Gen G, where even after Team Secret took timeouts, sometimes Gen G would still come out and have a pretty decent read on what was going to happen. So this is kind of Team Secret flipping the script a little bit. You know, generally you want to have a slightly better attacker side than defender side on this map, but they were doing, you know, kind of flipping the map. Like they were the ones playing like it's an attacker side.
And I think that when you can do that successfully back to back and, you know, chain these rounds together when you're just perfectly reading your opponent, it puts so much mental duress on them, because they're like, we're changing up our strategies, we're trying to approach from different angles here, but they're just getting a read on it, and that can really weigh on you. And that's when the coach has to come in and intervene, has to be able to, you know, talk you through something different. Because if the IGL isn't able to course correct and feels like everything that they attempt is getting punished, then that can really weigh on you, and that drags down your performance.
Now, there's one round, round 11, where William was just like, Desk, please break this down. So we will break this down for you.
Much to our chagrin, we will do it. This was a chaotic round, to be honest. And I think that I will point out to the Secret fans that it's William who requested this one. So when this ends in tragedy, you can blame him. It's just complete and utter chaos over here at B Arcade. Everybody is essentially stacked up. Dubstep is now rotating over here to try to join in the fight. He was the only one who was really situated towards A. Eventually, we end up in a 1v2. This knife confirms that he's here, and it seems like King's the one who makes the call, says, GodDead, we're both tagged up. You're literally 1 HP. We got to go to A.
Yeah, and this is a really good maneuver here by Dubstep. Frankly, puts himself in a great position to win this round. Sets up the one-way, but GodDead with 1 HP just can't find a stray bullet to connect into him here. You can see they're trying to jump to kind of obscure their movement, and it's a double swing, one right after the other. It's a good idea from Gen G, really the only way they have any hope of getting through that smoke alive, and it just barely works out. But at the beginning of that round, what really impresses me is the way that Gen G is able to stagger their mollies, right? They have more mollies than the side of Team Secret there, and since they're able to kind of bunch them up and pinch them together. You saw the snake bite, the fragment, right? You're able to, and of course the paint shells from the rays. Yeah. You're able to really do a lot of extra damage. King sets himself up nicely. Of course, the vulnerable with the snake bite as well. All that put together gives them that extra little bit to come through with a 2v1 to get the win.
Yeah, and I mean, again, William, he's the one who requested
it's
that.
Your fault.
It's his fault. It's his fault, so.
That was for William.
He angered the Japanese fans, now maybe the Filipino fans.
Could be. But I will say, I mean, I think, you know, for Dubstep, obviously, that's not a good look. The guy's 1 HP. You should be able to get that. So it is a little bit of a fumble in his hands. But you can see the moment that it all goes wrong, and it's an instinctive reaction, which is to stop the spray and then try to reset it to try to go for that next person. Whereas if he'd just held down his mouse, adjusted it slightly, he would have been able to get that kill. So I understand why this occurred. It's just really unfortunate, and it doesn't look good.
Do you know why? It's because everyone's like, he's low, he's 1 HP, and this time he was actually 1 HP, and he should have just continued that spray.
So yeah, a PSA. Stop saying that they're one shot when they're not one shot.
Yeah. Exactly. Because this is what happens, and people lose a round because of these bad calls. Now, there was a particular round, or actually many rounds, where Gen G really reigned supreme here, and they just read Secret like a book.
Yeah, I mean, you get the spot here. Again, this is TS utilizing that maneuverability. Yeah, to get up there, and then TP's right at him, right by the box, and somehow he gets that swing. I mean, the paranoia there perfectly placed, but it's the second kill in the middle of that is nasty. That swing he took and just found the head instantly in the middle of it. It almost felt like he was like, it was like hit scan. Like it almost felt like he just like was cutting across and just timed it right.
It's an incredible play and a really bold move there from TS to try to go for that teleport, but he acknowledges I'm in a rough spot, opts to go for the super aggro one, puts himself in harm's way. And unfortunately, Borkum not having the strongest performance here today. We didn't really get to Borkum time. The clock ran out before we got there. and he just comes up with those 2 kills. But now that we've praised TS enough, King and GodDead, again, these are 2 people that we were looking to have a pop-off performance from. We were talking about Meteor, the way that he couples in with GodDead. GodDead leveled up. The tissue was in from the very beginning today, and it reflects in his performance across both of these maps. King as well, absolutely nutty.
Yeah, GodDead continues to really shine on the KO. I mean, that's basically the only agent he's playing outside of Breach on the Haven, right? That's the first time we saw him play anything other than KO. Good. Well, yeah, what we've seen is Breach before here in Korea. We know he's very good on it. We've seen a lot. Like, I still think back to that hold he had outside of the B site on Haven, where he's by the box outside of the B site and was able to hold on. I think it was last year with On Slayers. Got like a 1v3 or something. It was just absolutely insane play. But this guy really, really plays these initiators incredibly well. He has great timings, particularly with his flashes. We've seen him setting up Meteor a lot, or whoever it is, for his team. Fragments look to be really on place. I thought the knives could use a little bit of work. I think that there were opportunities, the 0 points, to shut down some of the utility a little bit more. I didn't find that those were super impactful. But still, the rest of it is there, and he's having a great first blood percentage as well, playing point of contact whenever that happens up in that B tower or wherever he may be very, very well. He's very cagey. He's great up close and personal with those Phantoms. You got to love what you're seeing from GodDead.
With that, though, I have to say our MVP for today.
We were just talking about him.
Yeah, just got to be King. It's King.
Get the throne.
Fantastic.
Get the throne, get the scepter.
We had the King graphic earlier, a nice little Photoshop, but yeah, I mean, it was just an incredible performance from King, and this is what we have come. This is what we expected from him since 2020.
Oh, I just thought of a good one.
Since first strike.
He's a making, amazing, a making. No, not.
That was worse than Jen. Anyway,
let Jen stick to the jokes.
Oh, come on.
All right, paper thin.
That was extra tragic. King. When he back, I'm trying to make a serious analytical point. And here we are.
This is what I do to him. He has to put up with this on a daily basis.
Anyway, King, very good player. He's been good player since Vision Strikers.
Yes.
Vision Strikers no more. Not nearly as good on Slayers. Took a break, comes back. He's back on top. He looks like he is right back to that Vision Strikers era with a new team around him.
Yeah.
It is just fantastic to see, because this is what we always wanted. You know, once On Slayers kind of started going down that slope, King wasn't finding his footing. He wasn't being that site anchor. We are curious, how is he going to do coming back in with this On Slayers core on Gen G under a different banner, and it looks like he's right at home.
It's the confidence that's really impressed me with him. Like, I could see it in his, like, demeanor. Like, he used to be kind of a meek kind of dude. He just showed up, he did his job, he did it really well. And so we're always just really impressed. He just kind of, he didn't really, his personality didn't really come through.
He's coming out of his shell now.
Exactly. I mean, even at lock-in, I just could tell right away when he came out on the stage, he's got theatrics, he's out there, you know, doing impressive stuff, not just in the game, but out of the game in terms of just what I see on the way that he
carries
himself. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. The way he talks now, you can see he pops off after that 4K. I mean, he was like, you know, trying to get the crowd into it and stuff. So this is stuff that we never saw from King until this year, and it's kind of part of his evolution as this superstar, you know, Sentinel Viper specialist.
Yeah, he's really getting used to his throne. Now, we knew they had to be a loser today. It was a really close match, and I just have to admit, you guys were right. You, Gen G, won the game.
What can I say? Easiest prep of my life.
Soak in the moment.
I definitely didn't lose almost every other prediction this week. Somehow I got this one right.
You and I basically, I think we picked the exact same thing the whole week through.
Yeah,
I think, and that's not intentional. We don't actually like plan this out. This is just like
Do you plan your underwear together? It's like, we got this together. No. Oh, that was a little personal. I'm sorry. I'm surprised you're not rubbing it in. They were rubbing in my face so hard in the green room. They were just insulting me left, right, and center.
Because on camera, I'm unbiased and fair.
Yes. Off camera, we are biased as crap.
There's no rules. But no, it was a good series. I do, you know, I do feel like we got a little bit robbed by it not going to Game 3 because it was so good back and forth between these two. Even though Haven was a 13-8, it felt, you know, so many of those rounds were a hell of a lot closer than you might have anticipated, and they absolutely could have gone the way of Secret. I mean, again, you think about that King 4K clutch taking down Borkham, just reading that he wasn't holding the spike at all. So moments like that could have definitely made that a hell of a lot closer. This absolutely could have been, you know, double overtime maps. It could have been double 13-11s. It could have been a third map. So it was very entertaining from both teams.
It was. It was an awesome showing by both sides. I think Stax yesterday in his interview, he said the team that he was most hesitant about was Gen G, and I guess we can see why. So they did well. Now we've completed all the games for week 3. Let's see where all the teams are standing at this point in time.
Well, again, with this win, that means that Gen G and DRX are currently the only teams that are 3-0. Secret, they don't fall down too far. We see them at the moment there in that 5th place spot, but I mean, given what they've been able to show to us, I have full confidence that they are going to, well, A, be in the playoffs, because there's almost no way that they're going to get knocked out of the top 6, but also that they can climb their way back up to be in that top 3, and maybe even into the top 2. If they could just continue to win these ones, Gen G, Paper X, maybe they drop a couple series, I think they absolutely can make that happen. They have what it takes. They had a couple players that had a little bit of an off day here today, so I think that if they come back in full form for their next matchup, which is against RQ, then I think that they're going to be sitting pretty. But the biggest thing is, cleaning up how many maps they play when they are winning.
It's
because
true.
It has been a lot, and that's why they find themselves in 5th right now below T1, because T1 has one fewer map drop.
And they need to win a map pick.
Yeah.
They need to win a map pick really bad. They have yet to win a map pick.
It's
so
true.
for
They're
Team
now
Secret,
0-3.
that sucks. So obviously next week, we've got some amazing matches right out the gate. DRX versus Paper X. I mean, that is absolutely maybe one of the best matches you're going to have the entire regular season.
It's by far the marquee matchup. I mean, not only is it just these two teams, Paper X looking a bit reinvigorated, but we also have the trash talk coming out of something as well as the responses from Foxy9 saying, "Oh, you're scared. It's not going to be easy. Whatever. I'm going to crush you." So that already adds so much extra hype to it, and the fact that that is right there off the top of the day next Saturday is just going to be so excited. I wish I was casting it. I'll be on the desk for it at least.
I get to cast
I'll be here in the studio, and I will be watching it, but I hate you so much for getting to cast that.
But then you get T1 Gen G and then DFM
That's
Zeta
true.
the next day.
That's true. I get the Korea
really
Korea
good.
and the Japan versus Japan.
That's
so
right.
There's going to be
and by the
very
way,
confused fan bases on either side.
And by the way, if you want to see Gen G versus DRX, that's week 5. If you're curious.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank
not,
you.
Not
yeah.
next week, but the week after.
I had to look it on my schedule. I'm like, wait, when do they play again?
I'm not going to be on the desk for the Paper X game. Oh, I'm so sad. Anyway, I'll be at home screaming my head out for one of the teams. Anyway, so we are going to recap on all of this, and we have a very special guest who will be joining us for the weekly recap happening in 20 minutes from now. He really likes hot chocolate. As a hint, his name rhymes with Schmorturds.
That's a Twitter thing. Oh my
yeah,
god.
You can
Schmorturds.
Schmorturds. That's just a hint for later. In 20 minutes, do join us for a weekly recap. I'm Victoria. Thanks for joining me at Kilios and Paper Thin. They'll be together with us in the recap. Your pen okay?
Yeah, it just fell down. It's fine.
All right. See you guys in a little bit.
Bye.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on the final day of week 3. We're live in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk, we have Paper Thin and Achilles. I think Team Secret is going to win. I think they've had such a strong showing, and we're going to go to the stage and watch that walkout.
Of preparation here. Nice energy.
They need to regroup, but Team Secret is fast on this retake. Able to flick back and forth, down to 14 HP, but he lands the hit.
What a flick, what a clutch, and this is just the first round. And it's something that TS might not really expect, but Team Secret's still ready for it.
The vault line isn't good.
Oh, close. Thus, Team Secret find the second win. Either. So this comes down to a little bit of a firing range, not at least until King.
Stick it half, yes, stick half. King wins the mind games against Borkum.
Close to the double digits, and because of that, they're going a little bit more aggressive. They know they can take some risks.
No. Ah, he's not going to get it.
No. Instead, it's going to be Meteor. And Borkum's the last one left. Going to be caught inside this corner, concussed, and wallbang by Goddamn.
Thunder as well. Team Secret, they want to push out. This has been telegraphed. TS left behind. And now the showstopper, the Green House triple kill for Jeremy. And here's the showstopper. Loss for Team Secret to bring this back, and now comes down. He's good for 1, but that's all he gets as Gen G closes out Fracture. 13-11, a 2-0 clean victory as they continue their wins in VCT Pacific.
Dance. Full body. Low. Dense. Full body. Low. Dense. Full body. Low. Dense.
Care off. I think they off, guys.
Yeah. Smoke it, yeah.
오페 어찌를.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
エイロンもスモークとスタン来た。あ、Z来てる。スタン来た。いいよ、な。Hey, they smoke. ああ、特になんかバレてない。
Let's go A, guys. Let's go A, guys.
コンエロ。スモーク返せねえや。まあ、15秒。
Nick, I have only one star, okay?
Opping long.
Go from right first.
30 seconds
We're gonna
left.
burst, okay?
Go. Gonna wait short.
Scanning ahead.
AOC. Correct. いいだね。ショートスモーク。
They retake.
Short.
出た。Maybe. ショートエロ2。
Short. Give me both.
Okay.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Hey, nice! Hey, nice!
welcome to VCT Pacific, the weekly recap where we recap stuff. And we are on week 3. We recap stuff that's happened on VCT Pacific.
Anything that comes to our mind.
Just stuff. And we have stuff, we have extra stuff. We have an extra guest today. As I mentioned, his name rhymes with Schmore
You said
Nerds.
Schmore-turds.
I
You said
said-
Schmore Turds.
I'm changing it to Nerds. Schmore Nerds. We got Evan here. Warbirds, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for joining us in our shenanigans today, because we are going to have a bit of shenanigans. Now,
Oh yeah.
I heard you watched our power rankings, our tier rankings last week with Achilleos and Quack.
Yeah.
And you had some opinions. Like, were there any things that you didn't agree with?
Y'all are some cowards, man. Nobody in D tier? Come on.
Okay, I wasn't on the show, so this is all on him.
Okay, that I can understand. Yes, I don't feel like there's truly like a necessarily like a completely hopeless team that I wanted to put in D tier. I thought you were going to give me flack for not putting you guys higher, and I'm like, I did. I put you at the top. I put you all the way up there.
Yet he's not happy.
But okay, for the other reasons, sure, if we do it again, I'll be ruder and more critical.
Nice.
Just for your sake.
Nice. We gotta get some trash talk here.
All right.
What would be the major change you would have?
Just like spread it out more. Like there are definitely some teams that like, in my opinion, are D tier. Obviously, like you can move up and down between the tiers, and like different days you play differently, different weeks you play like to varying skill levels. But I don't know. There's some teams that even now I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how they turn out.
All right. Well.
Who else belongs on S tier with you?
Gen G, they beat us.
Props to Gen G, they did. That was a close game. Actually, let's get into that. Let's talk about the standings so far, as of week 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's DRX and Gen G, 2 of our Korean representatives, right up there at 3-0. So pretty strong start. Paper X
Still good.
looking pretty decent, but then Secret, a little bit of a tumble for you guys.
Unlucky.
But it's mostly due to that that map win-loss. You guys have played a lot of maps compared to a lot of the other teams. So that's why you guys are down there, below T1 at the moment. But
You get a better round difference.
Yeah, we got the +9.
yeah, exactly. So I think you guys are still sitting pretty. I was mentioning this on the desk earlier. Like, I feel like you guys are guaranteed, effectively, in my brains, like playoffs. There's like surely no way. But I think that you guys are going to be able to get yourselves back up into the top 3.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Who do you think's going to make the playoffs? Who are going to be our 6 teams? Give us the 6
I mean,
teams.
DRX, Gen G, I think, given us.
DRX?
Yeah, DRX. Yeah.
PRX.
Oh, PRX.
PRX.
Yeah, I think Paper X will as well. I mean,
Do you think Zeta
especially
makes it?
bringing something, and I think their last match they looked like a lot more cohesive. As for the last one, it's like a pretty big toss-up. I think GE like they're 0-3 right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like for them, it's like in my mind, I think they can be good, and I think they can take that spot. But obviously, it's like an uphill climb. Zeta, obviously, I think they can as well. They looked pretty good versus GE. But yeah, I think it's a pretty big toss-up.
The last spot's a toss-up.
Yeah.
All right, now we have our week 3 MVPs. All of these guys showed up. They showed the heck up. Some of them who weren't performing so well initially by week 3, like Depp, for example, just rose from the ashes.
You disagreed with some of our power rankings. Do you disagree with any of our MVP picks from this week?
Do you think we picked the right MVP for Gen G?
Yeah, I think King.
Okay,
I mean, King had that really big round on Haven, if you remember.
Yep.
The was it
4K.
a 1v3 4K,
got the 4K
on
clutch,
the B post plant. So like he had like some really big rounds because like our game plan was just shut down Meteor. Like we before Brazil we like always scrimmed Gen G. Like we scrimmed them every single day. So like we knew what each other were doing going into this match, and like how we like to play and how they like to play. So yeah.
No wonder the reads on both sides were absolutely solid. Now, there's one thing that's coming up next, a particular activity your team is really familiar and dominant with. It's called Melee Madness.
Yes.
Let's pull up these videos because we've had a lot of madness coming up. I think we're tied 2-2 with Team Secret and Paper X on
That's why we
Melee
lost.
Madness.
We didn't get a knife kill.
No Tondo. Yeah, no Tondo gaming today.
I mean, this was like
this
would
is
be like
cool.
the OG one that kind of kicked off the season.
The best is it's like in the air, like it's a flying knife. Like this one is so good. Like he hits him on the way down.
That last little hit on the body, that's a bit toxic. We'll have to talk to him about that.
But that was, I think, the most glorious knife kill.
For anybody who hasn't seen our like plays of the week from that week, the editing that was done on that is some of the smoothest transitions I've seen, and they completely like pan out and they just have this whole like animation where they pull the samurai sword and then it perfectly plays into him actually like dropping down and slicing. Really, really good and definitely worth checking out. But yeah, I mean that set the bar pretty damn high.
Yeah.
For knife kills, it was stylish. It was kind of like the Lakia jump off of Heaven there on Ascent. But just with the solo knife kill instead.
I think executionally and just aesthetically, it was the best one. But you guys had one more knife kill that was also super impressive, considering it was a thrifty round.
This is all your fault.
It was an
you know
eco,
that,
right? It was an eco, too.
This is all
If
your
I
fault.
remember, Vosh had a frenzy too, right?
Do you guys train for this? Why are
No.
do you practice this?
Absolutely not.
I mean,
This is what they do in their scrims. They just do this.
The fans have been saying like that Jesse must just go into the DMs and try to get as many knife kills as possible. It definitely looks like it. And I just love the aesthetic differences between them because the first one looks super sick because because it's that katana, and then this one he's just. He is flailing and he's using a mace, so it's just perfect. He's just desperately trying to cleave somebody down.
The freeze frame is pretty good on that one.
The little slow zoom in.
Yeah.
Just moments before disaster.
Yeah.
Now we have two other melee madness, menaces to society, Paper Rex. Let's see how you rank these knife kills.
One out there better than your own.
Paper Rex are starting to turn things up to 11.
This one was just unfortunate.
This one is just,
Yeah.
I mean, now this is all just like Forsaken just playing with his food.
Yeah.
Look at his little face.
Hey.
It's just great. He's so happy with himself after doing that.
He was. I think he was. They were just a little upset they
What
didn't
is
get one on you
your
guys.
like? What goes through your team's like comms when they're like getting a knife or like after the knife? Do they like? Can you say it on air? Like, is it?
Yeah. I mean, like to bring up because the Team Liquid one. It was very similar to that, where it's like you just try to like keep his attention.
Yeah.
So like just calming like, oh, like bait for me, like just try to jiggle, bait out a shot, like keep his attention there instead of like trying to check flank.
Do you get nervous in those moments when you see them going for it?
So I have this thing where like whenever it's a tense situation, I'll like breathe through my teeth. So I'll go like. I'll do that.
Yeah.
So sometimes the comms are ruined because like. You know, during our like mic'd up video, like you'll just hear like, or like me, because like I talk a lot to myself too during the match, so it's like sometimes you have to throw away some of that stuff, but yeah, for the most part it's just like calming to each other to help, you know, to draw that attention.
It feels like I think at this point, like if you see them going for it, there's enough trust, you know that they're probably going to be good. They're not going to get punished on this one. But you're talking about baiting for them. I already know what the last clip is.
Exactly.
And this one is entirely set up because of baiting.
Exactly. Let's pull up that very last knife kill from Saturday, 2 days ago.
Yeah, this one is Devi, I do believe.
Start to the round.
As unfortunate little Zeta all on his lonesome.
They're just like spraying through the smoke. I think Benkai gives his life for this knife.
Oh, he does. He does.
Yeah.
No.
It's
gotta love it. I mean, look at this.
You can imagine the comms on. It's like, ooh, I got it.
Jing died. Jing gave his life. Okay, it was Jing. Okay.
It's worth though. It's
totally worth.
It's like the mental damage that you do to them.
Yes.
They did it twice.
That's what they were talking about. I remember we had asked. I think it was something that we had in the interview, and they kind of asked about it. And it's just like, oh, you know, it messes with their mental and whatnot. So it's if you can pull it off and you don't take too much of a punishment, it's worth it every single time. So.
Do you think your team would be able to take a knife kill as well as they give?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
would it
the
wreck
team.
their mental?
I don't think it would, cause like.
Take a penny, leave a penny.
I don't think it would. Like we have a pretty mature team. Like we have some like the older players in the league, and then we have some younger ones. So like I think it might be case by case, like player by player. But I think for the most part, like we're pretty good at like moving on, like mental resetting. So.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I see you guys do bike rides around town and just decompressing around Korea that way.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you noticed, but us in VCT Pacific, we love games, and I got another game for you guys, and it's a new one.
Oh, God.
Hooray!
And today, the Myeongdong Hills are alive with the sounds of Valorant.
What?
The Myeongdong Hills.
Are there
There's not that many
hills
hills in Myeongdong.
I just wanted to say
Until you
hill.
get to Namsan.
Okay. Well, I don't know. There's a little slope, like the little slopes of. anyway.
She said Eunpyeong, which is like right next to where we are. There's
Yeah,
like three
yeah.
different mountain
I
ranges.
didn't know that.
We're in Samandong.
I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah.
I am also
Okay.
new to Korea. So anyway, they're hills and they're sounds of Valorant. And what's gonna happen? We're gonna play a voice line from one of the agents in Korean. And
Oh, this is doomed.
now, should we do a raising hand? If you know it, you raise your hand.
Sure.
All right, we're in the classroom now.
Don't be surprised when no one raises
I don't know.
I might just raise my hand just to beat like the other guys, just to say something. I don't need just to guess.
say something. But you guys can speak a little bit of Korean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't play on the Korean like voice pack or anything. I play on the English packs.
Okay.
I can barely read.
English or Korean?
Korean. I'm learning. So.
All right. Well,
it might be a bit doomed.
I think we're screwed. Let's play the first voice line. Are you guys ready to listen? I don't know where the sound is even gonna play from.
We might need our speakers turned up.
놀고 싶다면 어딘 놀아주지.
I feel like all the dudes are gonna sound like Yoru.
I was gonna say it.
Can we play it again?
All right,
one more.
Oh, one more, but.
Do you want to guess first, Clinton?
You both.
I'm gonna go
놀고
Phoenix.
싶다면 어딘 놀아주지.
Are you going with Phoenix?
Phoenix. I'm going Phoenix.
That's not correct.
It's not Phoenix.
Let's do it one more time. One more time.
Oh,
we'll
my
do it 3
God.
times.
놀고 싶다면 어딘 놀아주지.
I feel like it's either.
It says if you want to do something, but I didn't catch the second part.
Well, you know it's not Jet.
Yes.
Really?
I feel like it's either Yoru or Sova, but I don't.
Let's take a guess.
Yoru?
Okay. Is that you got Phoenix, Yoru? Do you have a?
I'll go Sova. I trust you.
All right.
All right.
I'm wrong.
Well, you should never trust
It's doomed.
Professor Achilleos. Let's pull up the answer.
Who is this? It's not Breach, right?
You want to play? Let's play.
It's Chamber. Chamber doesn't exist anymore.
It's Chamber.
Oh.
It's, see, I was close. I was the closest with the country because Phoenix is England.
I guess.
Oh, we're going off of geographic location and distance now.
Yes,
Honestly,
that's what
I
I'm
don't know how
going
the
for.
French-
I'm stealing the win on this
Sova's
one.
not that much further off.
That's true.
Honestly, the French would probably be a little offended you just said that.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
like the English and the French might have a problem with that.
Oh man, I stopped playing the game with Korean voice lines before Chamber was implemented, so I've never heard his voice lines in Korean.
Well,
Correct.
let's see if we can get the next one.
We all lost. What do you mean?
Nobody won
Like,
this.
I don't know.
See, as long as
We're
he
all-
loses, then I win.
Yeah,
We're all
honestly,
collective
we,
failures
We
in this.
just, as long as Seth is wrong. Okay, let's pull up the second voice clip from another agent.
Hi, 나 열받았거든.
Oh,
Warbirds.
That's Neon, though.
yeah, it's Hey, I'm.
Let's see if this is
Yeah,
correct.
I'm pissed.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I'll actually give you what the line means.
Yeah.
I don't know if that what she says in Korean exactly.
Did she say, "Hey, I'm pissed"?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
if
she
you
says
only-
she says like a swear word or something, right?
Yeah, she says she's pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she says something and then like I'm pissed.
She's just like, ugh, I'm pissed.
Oh, I thought she says actual word.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't pay
Ask
attention
my
enough.
player.
I just
Has
know,
bad words,
I
for
just know
sure.
that she says that. I'm gonna stop swearing now. But I
right.
know that she
You
says
almost swore
that.
once already today.
That's
We're
true.
gonna bleep it out.
But yeah, I know that she says that, and then that's when she's on the enemy team. That's not her.
Yeah,
that's
when
not
she
her
pops off.
friendly team.
Right.
Yeah. So,
All right,
there you go.
let's-
I give more context than anybody.
You
I
might
think
get
they're
extra
right
credit. If you're
sometimes.
right, you'll get extra credits for that. Let's pull up the answer.
Hi, I'm pissed.
It's
Hi,
like, oi,
I'm
like,
pissed.
You know.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
there
you get a
go.
point and you get half a point
Half
because
a
there's
point.
extra credit.
All right, boom. I'm ahead of Clinton. Get wrecked.
Yeah, you're at 0 points, Mr. Paper Thin.
Yeah.
Let's pull up the third agent. What's the sound?
그래.
Are you kidding me?
Let's just say gre, like as in like all right, or like really, like.
That's it.
One more time.
Let's do it one more time.
그래.
Yeah, that's it.
It's just
That's
gre.
all we've got.
Yeah, it just means all right. Basically.
Oh, this is you're trolling
Well, you know what it
us.
means, okay?
I know what it means.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Any guesses?
I want to say Killjoy. I don't know why.
Killjoy?
Because it sounds like turret.
I don't think.
No.
Like,
그래.
do any of the
그래.
do any of the the characters have like a really short, just like all right or yes, like when they.
Don't they all do?
Well,
They all
yeah.
do.
Is it Jet?
He's going
Is that
Jet.
a final answer?
I think it might be Jet.
Since no one knows, you guys can all take a guess.
I would think it's Killjoy as well, but
So
I don't know.
2
I'm not
Killjoys
sure.
and a Jet.
Jet, I don't know. I'm just thinking about her having some like really short voice lines because there's one where she just goes cool and stuff like that. So maybe
She does.
maybe that's there. I don't know.
Let's pull up the answer because you're all wrong.
Is it like
if
Sky?
it's Sky, I'm gonna be mad because I actually wanted to go Sky.
What is it?
Let's show it.
It is.
What's the word in it? What did she say?
I was gonna say Sky and then.
My second.
But what
What's the
did
real
she say?
line?
What's the play the audio?
Play the English one.
Radio.
Radio. All right.
See, I
It's
was
all
basically
right in
yeah.
Radio. Okay.
All right.
I don't play Sky, so.
Well, Clinton loses.
Okay. Next, it's okay. We got 2 more,
Oh,
so
we
you
have
got 2
more.
more.
There's more?
2
Oh,
more.
I can redeem myself.
Yes, to redeem
All right,
yourself.
You
we
can
got
look
this.
worse.
I got.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's pull up the next one.
That won't be hard.
저리 비켜.
That's
Okay.
Jet. That's
Jet. Jet. Jet's all
I got
thing.
it first. That was Jet.
Jet's all thing. We were tied. we were tied.
Well, okay. Let's. He did say it first. Let's pull up the answer.
Get out of my way.
Yeah.
Yep. That one's easy.
Yeah.
I'll take a half
Native.
point on that.
Native.
All right, fine.
We're tied up.
We're tied at 1.
We're all tied
All
one.
tied.
I'll allow it.
All right.
So it all
No,
comes out of the.
You're a half point. Are you
Yeah.
a full point?
I said I'll take a half point.
Oh,
for-
you're taking one of his half points.
No,
Okay.
so
Are
Clinton
you
was
willingly
right behind
give
me.
that
I
to
told him to give the
I'll
half.
take a half.
I'll give him
Oh,
the
So
you're
now
so
we're all
nice.
tied 1. So this
I'll tie
last
it
voice
one.
line
I think we
decides
gotta-
it all.
This is the
We
decider.
gotta check the rule book on this one. I
There
don't know.
is
I don't
no
know
rule
if
book.
there's extra credit
There is
We're
allowed.
no
making this up as we go. This is
I know,
open ball.
making up their own rules so that they can win. Okay, this is the last and final one.
It's like overtime. It makes it more exciting.
This one will determine the winner. Let's play that voice line.
한심하군. 감히 우릴 막으려 들다니.
We all know. We
all
all know who
know.
this is.
So
We all know who
though.
this is.
Seth
Omen.
did raise his
Yeah,
hand
it's Omen,
first.
right?
It's Omen.
Yeah. I
I
think you
forget
guys
what
can
this line ends up
Okay,
saying.
this will be the tiebreaker. What is the line? We
In
can play
English?
it in English. Let's play the voice line one more time. In Korean.
한심하군. 감히 우릴 막으려 들다니.
I think that's the. I am the beginning. I am the end. Maybe?
I'll trust you on that one. I'm actually not sure. I don't remember what he says.
I think this is, and I don't know if to differentiate between like the Korean translation, English. It's something I want to say the one about who will you cry for when you die?
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those spawn-in ones.
Yeah.
So.
Let's play the English.
Who will they cry for once they know they're going to die?
Close enough.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Close enough.
I am the champion.
I feel like, sure. Did you guys agree? We're gonna do just like, this is a democracy.
I mean, I don't want him to win, so no, but it's up to
Okay,
Warbird.
so majority says.
Doesn't matter.
I got the translation.
Doesn't matter to me. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, he's I guess kind of the winner, but like by a slim margin. We'll play this again next week and
I
see
win
where
nothing,
his
it's
personal
fine.
standing
No real
is.
prize here.
That was fun. I've never actually heard the lines in Korean before, so that was pretty cool.
Very different.
All right. We have a couple questions for you, since you are our special guest for today. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Clinton, you had a question.
Yeah, I think like the thing I want to know is like a lot of us going from like last year to this year with Team Secret. Like last year was pretty disappointing. You come into the team this year. Like, what to you is the biggest change? Because I think a lot of people would say that this team is greatly improved beyond just the 2 new players.
Yeah.
Like, what is the biggest change that you see with this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the 2 new players are like, in my opinion, like big upgrades. And I mean, Envy has definitely like, he has really popped off and he's really improved over the past like few months even. At least like since I have started working with them. And then, yeah, I mean, at least when I joined, it was just about like adding the fundamentals and the structure. I think that's, in all honesty, I think like the fundamentals is what like APAC is like lacking. You have teams that like might lean more into like, oh, like these crazy, like Paper X likes to lean more into like the chaos. And like that's a different skill set of like controlling chaos and like thriving in chaos. But I also think like, just in general, like the fundamentals, in my opinion, in NA and EU are like higher. So that's just something that we've been working on, is like just getting our fundamentals up. Like we don't need crazy strats, we don't need crazy comps. Just like play good fundamental Valorant.
When you joined, I'm curious because obviously like you got a couple players on there that are older than you.
Yeah.
You're joining this roster as an American coming into a Filipino lineup. How long did it take for you to really get acclimated with all of the guys before you felt super comfortable making like overarching changes or saying like, oh, you've been approaching this the wrong way, or that kind of thing? Was there like a big adjustment period?
Honestly, not really. I mean, like I had my like week-long tryout, and like literally the first day I just felt like it clicked really well. I felt really comfortable on the team. I could give my feedback and they would kind of absorb it and like talk about it and like make their own adjustments as well as my own. So I think a lot of it is just having the faith in each other. Like I don't speak, my Tagalog is not good.
Sure.
So
the maturity of the roster.
Yeah, but like exactly, like I have the trust that they can like have their own discussion and like have us come to the same conclusion is like the biggest thing.
And then when was, if I'm not mistaken, did you guys meet in Brazil? Was that the first time?
That was the first time I met them in person.
How was that like finally going from like, oh, we've been talking on disc and maybe a couple like video calls or something like that during your trial period? Like how was it, being like, you guys in Warver, it's like
I was really nervous. I'm a pretty like shy person in general, so like getting out of your shell is something that I'm like working on, but like yeah, I mean it like once I kind of made that first step, I think it was like pretty easy and like getting comfortable with everyone. But yeah, I mean
if anyone can help you with that, it's those boys.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
We've seen the adobo dance. It's like
yeah, exactly.
So we have a few more weeks before we go into Super Week. Super Week is where each of the teams play each other twice. So you'll be facing off some of the teams that you've already faced off against. Now with something in the mix for Paper Rex, because Paper Rex Team Secret was a big game that we were looking forward to last week. Do you think that'll make much of a difference facing them off?
Yeah, I mean I think something is like a really like insane player. He had like plus, what was it? He had like plus 120 kills like in his, because he played in the Japanese league.
Yeah.
Like,
well, he had like plus 62 in one match, and then before that he had like plus 49.
Yeah, exactly. Like his fragging power is like really high up. They're still gonna have like the same issues of like, okay, like if the fragging is off, then like where do you go from there? But I think in general like it's a step up. But yeah, I think we'll have to see. Like I think for them, like I would be very surprised if they miss playoffs. I think everyone can say the same thing for them. But yeah, like I think in general it's a good improvement, and like just his fragging power is just crazy. Like that's what he brings to the table, and that's for a team that they rely on the frags. So.
And next week, we're going to have another 3 days, a lot of big games coming up next week. Let's talk about that, and which ones are you guys excited for?
I mean, as we get the graphic up here, the next week's matches.
There's Paper X and DRX.
Exactly. I was going to say, we're already talking about Paper X. That is by far going to be, I think, the most exciting matchup, and it's right at the top of the week. First match on Saturday, so maybe a bit easier for some of the like West Coast, audience and whatnot. East Coast, it's like 4 in the morning. So
yeah, I mean,
I don't know about that second match. Then.
Yeah, I mean T1 versus Gen G, I think will also be a good one. Because like
T1, really good.
T1, it feels like they're kind of like not coin flippy, but like it feels like sometimes they look really good and sometimes they struggle.
Yeah,
and like Gen G is just always like consistent. So like if T1 like is playing well that day, I think that'll be a close match. And obviously like a lot of this is just like region versus region.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited for Zeta versus DFM, but I'm worried for Zeta. Like if they kind of stumble in that match at all, then I have like huge concerns that they're going to make it to playoffs.
It has really big implications, that one, because if DFM does come out and they get their first win and they take down
that might
Zeta,
knock Zeta out.
They could inadvertently stop Zeta from being able to make it in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or, I mean, at the very least, they could assist in putting them in a worse position for the playoffs, give them that lower seed. I'm actually also really interested in seeing Global versus Talon. This might shock some people, given how I was reacting earlier yesterday. But
someone gets their first win.
Somebody gets their first win, much like we had with RQ versus DFM before. But also because I do believe that Talon, despite how painful it was to go through that split map, were just hiding strategies. and I'm curious to see what they do look like going up against Global, because they realize that Global is not a team that they can mess around with. As you were saying before, they feel like a team that can do a lot better. We know that they can. We've seen them push teams that are, like DRX to the limit. So I'm curious to see what Talon does bring to the table in that matchup, and if at the end it'll all be worth it. But I mean, obviously, one of the ones when we're not talking about kind of dancing around is your guys' matchup.
Yeah, I said that one wouldn't be very interesting. You know?
Yeah, I mean, well, Araku's just got.
I'm trying to tiptoe my way around because we are friends with them, but like.
Do you have any words for your opponents next week?
You can stare straight into the camera.
Now that
Make eye
I'm on
contact.
cam, oh man, like I think it'll be a quick duo. Like I think they have potential, but yeah, I mean, we scrimmed them also like going into Brazil, and like I don't know, it just felt like we always had their number. Like whether or not like that's in us like us being good, or like where we kind of like compare to them, but we've always kind of just had their number. But like obviously like they've always been not like Paper X like weird comps, but like they've had some interesting comps. They had the Rain on Lotus. That was actually something we talked about during our media day. Is like, please tell me you guys are playing that.
Evan looked good on Reyna. I wouldn't actually mind it if they feel like they need like just that.
Versus us,
that
they did not
feast or
look
famine
good.
fragment power, but,
What's been super fascinating is that these matchups have been decided weeks ago, actually. And the way it's been playing out week by week, it's almost, but say for the RRQ Team Secret matchup, all the teams are quite evenly matched for next week. And I guess I want to re-highlight T1 and Gen G again. So while DRX and Paper X is a big one, the T1 Gen G face-off, the Korean battle, I think that'll be super interesting.
I mean, one of the things that King talked about in his winners interview there on the English broadcast was we just took down T1 in the LCK to be the spring champions.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
that's right.
There's no way we could beat Gen G when they just did that.
Right,
It's not fair.
That's true. They have that buff.
It's not
They saw
fair.
that trophy come into the Gen G office, and it just like
The Riot
lit them
Games,
up.
the Riot Games buff is real, because the two matches that
Exactly.
T1 picked up, it was also on days that their LCK team got victories and got themselves
not
into
fair,
first
man.
place in the playoffs.
Oh my
so.
God.
Well, now it's over. Now that buff is gone.
It's
so.
not fair.
This is the last chance for it.
That's true. It's sort of like a sibling buff when like the older sibling comes in with like the big trophy.
Unless our playoffs happen around the same time as MSI.
MSI.
Oh.
Because T1 and Gen G are both going to MSI.
I think it does. Wait, or is it Masters? When is MSI? June? I don't know. It's possible.
might be
At
in
some
May.
point, there will be another like crossover.
I don't know. All I know is NA is doomed. Because I used to be in the league. I used to coach League of Legends. So
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah. So like, it's just year after year of disappointment.
This is applied for Valorant?
It's a good idea to shift over here.
Is NA
Right?
doomed for Valorant?
No. I mean, they're struggling right now. Like, I have friends that are in North American Valorant. Like, but right now they're struggling. But like, I think they'll be able to put it together. Like, you look at the rosters. Like, even like Sentinels. Like, Sentinels on paper are like such a star-studded roster.
Crazy good. Sure.
And like, I trust Saika. Like, they'll figure it out. Yep. So.
If nothing else, there's NRG.
True energy. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got Diet Optic.
Oh yeah.
All right, with that, thank you so much, Warburst, for joining our weekly recap. You're our very first guest.
Nice.
Thanks for joining
us. You set
us.
the bar pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Please come back every week if we can have
I'll
you.
come back as long as my buddy Alma Putty can come on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So that's the
You got it.
condition.
We can
All right.
zoom out on the camera. We'll
friend.
work another chair up here. It'll be good.
Share, cozy up. It'll be fine. So thanks so much. For those of you guys who are tuning in, if you have any comments, remember to hashtag VCT Pacific with any of your comments. We might feature it here on the weekly recap. I'm Victoria, and with me, we've got Paper Thin, Achilleos, and Warbirds, the coach of Team Secret. I'll see you guys again next week.
Bye.